Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya studios. These are our top stories. Trump says there's a good chance a peace deal can be made after US-Ukraine talks in Florida as Zelensky meets Macron in Paris. British SAS soldiers are accused of war crimes in Afghanistan as an ex-officer gives evidence during an ongoing inquiry. And British MP Tulip Siddiq, the niece of ousted leader Sheikh Hasina, is given prison time in Bangladesh over corruption allegations. Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky is in Paris today as peace talks continue to end the war. It follows a weekend of meetings between the US and Ukraine in Florida, which US Secretary of State Marco Rubio called productive. Speaking on board Air Force One, President Donald Trump said there was a good chance a deal could be made. Take a listen.
A lot of people are being killed. Last month, we had 27,000 people killed in that ridiculous war that should have never happened. It would have never happened if I were president. Ukraine's got some difficult little problems. They have some difficult problems. But I think Russia would like to see it end, and I think I know Ukraine would like to see it end. There's a good chance we can make a deal.
For more on this, I'm joined from New York by global affairs analyst and former US diplomat at the United Nations, Jonathan Watchell. Jonathan, a pleasure to have you on the show with me this evening.
Hello, Lillian.
So I just want to pick up on Donald Trump. So he says there's a good chance we can make a deal after 4 hours of talks between Ukrainian and American delegations over the weekend. Trump has said this so many times before, and we seem no closer to an agreement. Why is this time any different?
You know, Leigh Ann, it may not be any different. This is a really intractable conflict right now in which Ukraine is refusing to give up essentially about a fifth of its territory and doesn't want to reward Russia for invading its country. And the Russians, of course, feel that they have the upper hand. Vladimir Putin is continuing to pound Ukraine and wants to make the point clear to Ukraine that they have to cave in and essentially agree on Vladimir Putin's terms. So we really are still in a stalemate despite the flowery words that are coming out.
And it's interesting because we're in a stalemate, but with so much diplomatic talks happening, aren't we? But President Zelensky is in France today to shore up European support. And like you say, hours after deadly strikes hit Kyiv, killing at least 4 people. We heard from Zelensky, and he says Ukraine's priorities are security guarantees and maintaining sovereignty. How pivotal is Europe in ensuring this does happen?
Well, Europe has bared witness to what happens when the Russians, when Moscow and the Kremlin's not held accountable. Hungary has a history in which they were invaded. The Czechia now, but the Czech Republic also had to go through an invasion. Poland was under pressure. The Baltic states, if you look at a country like Lithuania, for instance, it was taken under Soviet rule after World War II, and it took decades for it to liberate itself from control of Moscow. So Europe has reason to be concerned about the outcome of what happens here, and any sort of settlement, if it essentially rewards Russia for its aggression, it'll just open up the way for yet another major conflict, if not within Ukraine itself, some other country, neighboring country or region that would be affected by aggression.
And let's talk a little bit about Steve Witkoff, because he's in Moscow, and that's the 6th time this year that he's going there, and he'll be alongside Jared Kushner after both of them met the Ukrainian team in Florida. Following that 28-point peace plan, are there now concerns Steve Witkoff will sell Ukraine down the river?
Certainly, that is a Ukrainian concern, which is why you saw Zelensky hanging out with Macron today, trying to shore up Europe's unified position to look after Ukrainian interests here, because Ukraine feels like the plans so far coming out of Washington have been very much in favor of the Russian position on this. And so, we shall see moving forward just how effective Witkoff's meetings will be with Putin. But certainly, we're stuck in a place in which there can't possibly be a full, writing off of Ukrainian territory to Russia by Zelensky if there aren't some sort of security guarantees or some other mechanisms in place to look after Ukraine's core concerns here.
And it's really interesting because we talk about security guarantees. And Jonathan, it's something that's come up a lot. And of course, Macron also says Ukraine's allies must be around the negotiating table to ensure security guarantees. But we are no closer to knowing how those security guarantees will work and which countries could possibly go and put boots on the ground. There doesn't seem to be any clarification on what security guarantees could look like. We've spoken about them a lot, but nothing else is so clear.
That's right, Leigh Ann. And, all of what we're witnessing is essentially the playing out of the inability of countries that had made promises to look after Ukraine, essentially dropping those promises and not following through. And what I'm referring to here, namely, is when the Soviet Union collapsed, Ukraine inherited one of the largest nuclear arsenals and decided through a memorandum called the Budapest Memorandum, which included Russia, the UK, France, the United States, that essentially Ukraine would give up its nuclear weapons, give them to Russia, and in return, Ukraine and Ukraine's sovereignty would be kept intact, that Russia would stay out of its territory, essentially. Well, that certainly didn't happen. So whatever guarantees are in place, Ukraine really wants to make sure that they're robust and meaningful, not just lip service, because, the past is the best predictor of what can happen in the future here. And it doesn't look good. What we may end up here in terms of some sort of peaceful end to at least the fighting right now is to enter a space in which the killing of one another, the attacks would stop, and we would end up with a frozen conflict. Something like what we have with Korea, for example. That might be the best outcome that we can expect at this point.
And Jonathan, Russian President Vladimir Putin will be in India at the end of this week for the annual summit talks with Prime Minister Narendra Modi. This is actually his first visit since the Ukraine war. What will Putin be looking to achieve?
Well, one of the main things that Putin wants to achieve, and he seems to be winning in this space, is to continue selling oil, petroleum products, oil to India. That is certainly a financial lifeline for Vladimir Putin to continue with the war. A lot of money coming through. And Prime Minister Modi made it abundantly clear that India has its own national interests. And even though there was pressure coming in from President Trump for India to stop buying Russian oil, it didn't really materialize, and we are in the place where we are. So that would probably be a primary concern of Russia's. And Russia and India have enjoyed wonderful relations, actually, for decades. Since the creation of the Soviet Union, Russia has been a major weapons supplier to the Indians.
Jonathan Watchell, brilliant to have you on with your insights and thoughts. Thank you as always. British special forces have been accused of committing war crimes in Afghanistan during the US-led coalition against the Taliban. A former officer has told an ongoing public inquiry that nothing was done despite it being widespread knowledge. Britain's Ministry of Defence ordered the investigation after a TV documentary reported SAS soldiers had killed 54 people in suspicious circumstances during the war over a decade ago. For more on this, I'm joined by former Deputy EU Special Representative for Afghanistan, Professor Michael Semple. Professor, thank you so much for your time this evening. So, a former senior officer has broken ranks and is alleging British Special Forces committed war crimes in Afghanistan. What is your reaction to the details emerging from this public inquiry?
I think that the stories that Special Forces conducted summary executions, basically killed Afghans against the rules of law, these have been around for many years. But what we have going on at the moment is it's not a criminal trial. There's no soldier on trial, and the inquiry is not going to establish definitively whether British Special Forces kill people. What they're looking at is the handling of the information as it reached the command chain in the British Army and the Ministry of Defence, to establish whether the leaders of the war, to establish what they knew when, and whether they took sufficient measures to clamp down on alleged violations of the rule of law. So what the testimony which has just been released, although it was actually submitted some time ago, what is suggesting is that yes, people who were involved in supervising operations, they had concerns at the time, they raised those concerns to the top of the command chain, and no adequate action was taken. And when some kind of investigation was launched, it was more papering it over rather than actually trying to establish the facts. That's a very serious allegation.
So the inquiry chair has released over 100 pages of classified documents regarding the Special Forces unit called UKSF-1, accusing them of things like murdering children. Does there need to be a reckoning of the role of Britain in the Afghanistan war?
Well, this is a reckoning going on, and I should say that this is a very serious exercise. It has been established by the government. It enjoys full independence, and members of the armed forces have been given authorization by the top of the command to submit their testimony. So they don't have to break ranks. So they're allowed inside their own rules allow them to submit this evidence. But absolutely, it is important to take account, not just to take account of the men who are on the ground, who may well have killed people, who may well have killed prisoners after they had surrendered, may well have planted guns on people who had been shot unarmed, but then they pretended that they'd been armed at the time they're shot. It's not just an accounting of that. It's absolutely critical that there should be an accounting of what the military command does and the bureaucracy that sits above it when they get this kind of disturbing report, because alas, this is not the last conflict that we could expect UK or its allies to be involved in.
And it's interesting because after hearing evidence from this anonymous whistleblower in Afghanistan, is there a systematic problem in the armed forces, do you think? Because we're just talking about the higher ranks papering over things.
Well, I think this is really going to be the main focus of the remainder of the inquiry, and I'm certainly waiting to see what the judge comes up with at the end, because it's incredibly important. It's not just about the conflict in Afghanistan. It's about any place that a government decides to send its forces. Can it rely on the command of the military to deal with serious allegations? Because look, war, alas, has been going on for tens of thousands of years. Armies have often committed atrocities. The question is, do you clamp down on it when you get evidence? And obviously, the testimony that we've been looking at today suggests that the response was far too slow and not serious. And in fact, that the suggestion in the testimony, which the judge now has to evaluate, is that deliberately the top of the Special Forces Command deliberately covered up the serious allegations that they received.
Professor, how detrimental is an inquiry like this for those British Special Forces who did put their lives at risk in Afghanistan, because the British Army has really great soldiers, many who are honest, many great people who are in the Special Forces. What does this do for morale, and does it put a black mark on the UK's involvement in Afghanistan?
Well, I mean, let's be clear about this issue. Whether is the inquiry the problem or is the inquiry somewhere else? Personally, I think that the inquiry was absolutely necessary, and there seems to have been quite a good response to it by many members of the Special Forces, because the initial complaints were not raised by members of the public or even raised by Afghans. The initial reports about this and complaints and demands for action came from within UK Special Forces, precisely because these are elite professional soldiers who have devoted their lives to serving their country, and they do not want their reputation to be tarnished by units which have gone rogue and which have been allowed to continue going rogue. So, I mean, the problem isn't with the inquiry, but that they clearly the Special Forces and indeed members of the government who will be taking decisions on their deployment in future, they are looking to see what reassurance do we have that bad actions will be brought up the command chain and will be dealt with promptly. And I think if the work of this inquiry and the judge who's presiding over it gives some reassurance that the command chain is working properly and that there is no impunity for this kind of action, I think it will be a reassurance to members of the Special Forces.
And what do the people of Afghanistan make of what's happening now in the UK with this inquiry? Because we've heard, like you said a little bit earlier, allegations of this for a really long time.
Yes, I'm very glad that you ask about the Afghan perspective. As a scholar of Afghanistan, and particularly of its conflict going on for over 4 decades now, alas, I myself have taken testimony from Afghans who have suffered all kinds of violations, including war crimes, crimes against humanity, committed by a series of different forces, whether it was the Afghan communist government, the Mujahideen fighting against it, the Soviets, different militias associated with the Republican government over the past couple of decades, or indeed militias backed by the CIA. Alas, successive forces have carried out massacres, summary executions, and I think there's a tendency amongst Afghans to look at them and think they're all the same. There is essentially no moral difference between any of the forces which have been involved in the decades of conflict. Now, personally, I think that's incredibly dangerous. There is a difference between a disciplined force which holds its men and women to account and the kind of militias which run roughshod over the law. Afghans, at the moment, I think if you ask most Afghans, they say no. We think they're all the same. We think there's no accountability. Neither have Afghan regimes, the Taliban or those before the regime, nor any of the foreigners, whether it be the Soviets or the Westerners. None of them have held their people to account. And this inquiry is part of the process of offering some answer to that deep cynicism and deep sense of hurt from the Afghan population.
Professor Michael Semple, thank you so much for your thoughts and for talking to me. Let's take a look at some of the other stories making the headlines today. At least 146 people are now confirmed dead after a massive fire tore through a Hong Kong apartment complex, with more than 100 still unaccounted for. The flames ripped through 7 high-rise towers and took days to fully extinguish. The fire, Hong Kong's worst in decades, has set off a growing investigation that's already led to several arrests. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has asked President Isaac Herzog for a pardon over corruption cases, saying it's in the national interest. Netanyahu, on trial for bribery and fraud, says a pardon could help unite the country. Opposition leaders insist he must admit guilt and leave politics first. Herzog has yet to decide, with justice officials reviewing the request. Honduran presidential candidate Nasri Ashraf, backed by US President Donald Trump, is holding a razor-thin lead with 56% of ballots counted. Preliminary results put him at about 40%, just 4,100 votes ahead of the Liberal Party candidate. And Dignitas has announced the death of its founder, Ludwig Minelli, at the age of 92. The Swiss lawyer and former journalist launched the assisted suicide organisation in 1998. Dignitas said the clinic would carry on his work. Now, the UK MP Tulip Siddiq has been sentenced to 2 years in prison in Bangladesh over corruption allegations. She was found guilty of influencing her aunt, ousted Bangladeshi Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina to secure land in the outskirts of Dhaka. Siddiq, who lives in London, rejects the claims and is unlikely to serve the sentence. For more on this, I'm joined by our UK correspondent, John Beaver. John, great to have you on the show with us this evening. What has Tulip Siddiq said in response to the sentence she was handed this morning?
Well, she's described it as a Kafkaesque nightmare. She claims that the whole process has been flawed and farcical from the very beginning. She went on to say that she's absolutely baffled by the whole thing. She claims that she had no contact whatsoever with Bangladeshi authorities or anyone from the legal system there, saying that despite them spreading what she calls malicious allegations about her for a year and a half, she heard nothing from them. She said there was no summons sent to her. There was no charge sheet, and there was no correspondence from them at all. She added that she's not difficult to find, saying they could have written to her at the House of Commons, of course, where she serves as an MP. As you mentioned, this is all tied in to allegations that she influenced her aunt, the ousted former Prime Minister, to secure a plot of land for her and her family. Now, those are allegations that she strongly denies, and she's called the whole process politically motivated.
And what's been the reaction from her own Labour Party and from other UK politicians?
Well, they have backed her own colleagues. They have pointed out exactly the same sort of things that Tulip Siddiq herself has criticised. The Labour Party spokesperson saying that they don't recognise the judgment. They highlighted the flawed legal case, the fact there were no formal charges, the lack of opportunity for her to defend herself. So very much her colleagues in the Labour Party support her and what she has said and what she's done. She, of course, stepped down from her role as a junior minister when this all came to light many months ago, saying that she didn't want to cause a distraction, and an internal investigation found no evidence of impropriety. They did say, though, that she should have been more aware of the reputational risks because of the link to her aunt. So that really was the one area of criticism that her own colleagues levelled at her.
So what happens now, and what's the wider impact of all of this? You mentioned reputation there, but is there any chance she'll serve that sentence in Bangladesh?
No, it certainly doesn't appear that she will. Tulip Siddiq's legal team have said she doesn't even have a valid Bangladesh passport, that she's never had an ID card there. Those were certain things that were highlighted by investigators in Bangladesh, and saying that she was a Bangladeshi citizen. So all of these things are being disputed by Tulip Siddiq's legal team. They certainly oppose every fundamental element of this. Interesting that you mentioned reputational damage again there, because of course it's the standing between the two countries, and really a lot of people looking at that as this is not going to help relations between the two. A group, for example, a group of very prominent UK legal figures wrote to the Bangladesh's representative in the UK last week highlighting their concerns about the case. So certainly this is an issue that will have caused some problems between the two nations, and it's something that we're not expecting to hear the end of yet. We are, of course, waiting to hear more about the death sentence that was given to Tulip Siddique's aunt, the outlawed former Prime Minister who is currently living in India and who denies the charges against her. Bangladeshi authorities have also said there are further investigations taking place about Tulip Siddique herself. So we are expecting to hear more about that in the coming weeks. But Tulip Siddique has always denied any wrongdoing in any of this.
And John, we're also hearing right now that the OBR chair, Richard Hughes, has now resigned over the budget leak that we did get, and that was last week. And also today, we're hearing claims that the UK Chancellor misled the public and Parliament ahead of the budget that was also delivered last week. What's happening in the UK? What more can you tell us? So we just know the OBR chair, Richard Hughes, has resigned, and there is a whole storm happening around Rachel Reeves.
Yeah, there absolutely is. And as you say, this has just broken in the last couple of minutes that the OBR's chair has said it's in the best interests of the OBR, that's the Office of Budgetary Responsibility, for him to resign as its chair and take full responsibility to the shortcomings identified in the report. So this all to do with a leak, the fact that after weeks of pressure on the Chancellor, Rachel Reeves, before she presented her budget to Parliament last week, the whole thing was leaked by mistake, so they say, by the Office of Budgetary Responsibility. They've always said there was no malicious intent, there were no malicious actors making this more difficult for the Chancellor, that the leak was an error, but certainly it was hugely embarrassing for all involved. And all of this, as you say, coming on a day where the UK Finance Minister, that's Chancellor Rachel Reeves, has been under intense pressure because there are allegations from her political opponents that she played down certain positive figures when it came to the economy and very much concentrated on the worst possible outcome scenarios that were presented by the OBR, the Office of Budgetary Responsibility, and others who go through and look at all the figures in regards to the UK economy. Well, they say that the Chancellor looked very much at the negative and not the positive, and she did that so that she could pass more welfare spending, that she could raise taxes, and that she could use it to push her own agenda. Now, the Chancellor has denied that, saying that she did what she had to do when it came to the budget last week and the raising of taxes for certain groups of people and the cutting of some public spending as well as boosts to welfare spending, all incredibly complicated. The Chancellor saying she didn't mislead anyone, she didn't mislead the public, she didn't mislead Parliament. Her opponents, though, calling for her resignation, as they have been for several weeks, it is worth pointing out. She is in a very difficult position at the moment because plenty of her opponents just do not rate the way that she is trying to get the UK economy back on track. They say that she's not looking for growth, that she's focusing on the negatives. But she's arguing, and she has been backed by her boss, the Prime Minister, Sir Keir Starmer, very much saying that Rachel Reeves, the Chancellor here in the UK, is doing a good job and she is helping to get the UK economy back on track. But yes, as we say, in the last few minutes, the resignation of the chair of the OBR is just adding to this whole mess. It's just yet another headache for the Chancellor and for the Prime Minister, Sir Keir Starmer, to have to deal with, because they are very unpopular and there will be a lot of people waiting to see whether the measures introduced by the Chancellor in the budget last week will start to make a real difference, and a real difference soon, to help people in the UK who are struggling.
John, thank you so much. And I just want to reiterate there exactly what John was saying to us. The OBR chair, Richard Hughes, has resigned, and that's over the budget leak in the UK. Thank you so much once again, John. At least 334 people are dead after Cyclone Ditwa slammed into Sri Lanka, with hundreds still missing. Nearly 1 million more have been impacted by heavy rains and floods that swept through large parts of the country last week. Chris Gilbert reports.
Floodwaters remain chest deep. while the rescue efforts continue. Boats are needed to rescue stranded families in the commercial center of Colombo, one of the worst-struck places. Some can do nothing but simply stand and wait. Locals say the speed of flooding took everyone by surprise.
Overnight, things seemed normal, but by morning, everything was underwater, including our house. 7 of us, including children, took refuge on the top floor. There are another 15 adults still in the area. Their houses are completely underwater.
Buildings remain inundated after rain lashed the country from Thursday. The deluge triggered multiple landslides in the hilly center of the island nation, while overflowing rivers submerged entire towns nationwide. It's believed to be the worst disaster to hit Sri Lanka in decades.
As a country, we are facing both the largest, most challenging natural disaster and most difficult rescue operation in our nation's history. This is the first time the entire country has been struck by such a disaster.
More than 24,000 police, army, and Air Force personnel are still trying to reach stranded families. The Air Force lifted 120 people to safety after water breached a dam in the Mavul Adu Reservoir. Meals are being supplied by donations and state groups, but many say they cannot receive adequate help. Power, water, and communications are still out for most of the country after transmission lines and transformers were swept away. Authorities say they'll be gradually restored over the coming days. It follows a devastating week for South Asia, with almost 900 dying in storms and flooding throughout Vietnam, Thailand, Indonesia, and Malaysia. Sri Lanka now joins the list of countries that must wait for the waters to recede and take stock of the damage. Chris Gilbert, Arabiya English.
Now, Airbus operations are returning to normal today after announcing the modification of most of its A320 fleet. The European plane maker has been plagued by safety concerns, including a recent mid-air incident on board a JetBlue aircraft. Shares in Airbus were down 2.1% in early trading in Paris today. For more on this, I'm joined by former airline pilot and aviation expert Terry Tozer. Terry, a pleasure to have you on the show with me this evening. Airbus stock has plummeted today as Airbus gave an update on another flaw apparently affecting the A320 fuselage panel. How concerning is this following the massive recall just a few days ago?
Well, I think Airbus have dealt with it pretty well. I don't think there is anything to be immediately concerned about, really. They got on top of this software issue very quickly and were very open about it. And, I think they've taken the correct actions.
And just a few days ago, as I mentioned, and you just said, we witnessed Airbus recalling 6,000 A320s, and that was due to the software issue that they had. That seems to be under control now. But how unprecedented is the scale of this particular recall? Because 6,000 aircraft sounds a lot.
Yeah, it is a lot. And had it been a different type of problem, it would have caused major disruption and really serious financial issues for the airlines and for Airbus themselves. But there is, we have to bear in mind that the Airbus is a fly-by-wire aircraft. So the pilots are connected to a bank of computers which all operate with several levels of redundancy in order to make it safe. And what happened here was that a solar flare, it had an impact on some of the electronic input, and older aircraft were actually, ironically, not affected as badly, because this is a problem that has been known about for some years in terms of general physics. So the more sophisticated, more modern aircraft were more vulnerable. They've resolved that with an update and a software change. And I think because it was software, it was able to be completed on the majority of aircraft within 2 or 3 hours. Otherwise, the disruption would have been much, much greater.
And you were actually a passenger on an A320 plane, and that was on Friday, so literally just a couple of days ago. And should people going on holiday or a trip be concerned about travelling on one of these aircraft at all?
No, I don't think they should. And it certainly never crossed my mind to be concerned about it. We did know what happened to JetBlue a while ago. It was, I think, November. It was pretty well known what the issue was. Many of the airlines, including the one I was flying with, had already taken remedial action before Airbus issued the notice. And that's another reason why the disruption was relatively small. So generally speaking, although it's easy for people to compare it maybe with Boeing, this is a light years away from the dreadful situation with the Boeing Max. This is a relatively simple issue that's been resolved, I think.
And that's exactly what I wanted to speak to you about, Terry, because I wanted to ask you about the Boeing 737 MAX aircraft. It's faced these unprecedented issues and has been grounded on more than one occasion. And how does Airbus compare? And obviously, we've seen some absolutely horrific situations when it comes to Boeing planes and the loss of life.
Yes, I mean, the whole debacle over what happened with the Boeing is absolutely awful, and it was unprecedented, and it came, frankly, from a change of culture at the top of the airline, as well as very weak regulation in America from the Federal Aviation Administration, who allowed Boeing to mark their own homework. And the CEO at the time boasted about the fact that he had changed Boeing from an engineering company to a business. Boeing hitherto had been famous for the quality of its engineering. And I think that's where the rot started. And the behaviour of the management in that case, I think, was absolutely appalling.
Terry Tozer, thank you so much for speaking to me and giving us your reassurance there about getting on an Airbus plane if we are heading anywhere for the holidays. Let's take a look at the top business news now. South Korea's largest online retailer, Coupang, has apologized after a data breach involving around 34 million customer accounts. The breach marks the latest in a series of leaks at major firms in the country. Coupang said they became aware of the unauthorized access of personal data of about 4,500 customer accounts in November. Bitcoin fell below $90,000 on Monday following last month's steep decline. Since its inception in 2012, Bitcoin's value trended upwards at around 9.7% in December, while September recorded even more losses. The latest plunge has been linked to investors' exposure to Bitcoin through ETFs, which were approved in January 2024. Turning to all the sports news now, and Formula One is heading into its first final race championship showdown after Red Bull's Max Verstappen won a dramatic Qatar Grand Prix. McLaren's Lando Norris championship lead has now been cut to just 12 points heading to Abu Dhabi next weekend. The win was Verstappen's 70th Grand Prix career victory. Exciting next week. And Chelsea and Arsenal's London derby ended in a 1-1 draw at Stamford Bridge. It's another blow for Chelsea, who have received 4 red cards in 11 league games this season. Arsenal continue their 5-point lead at the top of the table. A reminder of our top stories. Trump says there's a good chance a peace deal can be made after US-Ukraine talks in Florida as Zelensky meets Macron in Paris. British SAS soldiers are accused of war crimes in Afghanistan as an ex-officer gives evidence during an ongoing inquiry. And British MP Tulip Siddiq, the niece of ousted leader Sheikh Hasina, is given prison time in Bangladesh over corruption allegations. And that's all from us on W News. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel and, of course, follow us on X. We'll be back in a couple of hours with W News Extra. Goodbye and thank you for watching.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and then so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years,
economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Now, as Lenovo continues to take major steps towards strengthening its presence in Saudi Arabia, the computer giant is set to open a new regional headquarters right in the heart of Riyadh. Well, that HQ is set to open in March 2026. Well, this investment follows Lenovo's collaboration with Alat. And earlier this year, Lenovo and Alat announced plans for a 200,000 square meter advanced manufacturing facility, which will produce Saudi-made devices by the year 2026. Well, together, Lenovo and Alat aim to create more than 15,000 jobs. Well, let's find out more now. We can speak to Matt de Broger, who's the Lenovo president of Europe, Middle East and Africa. Thank you very much indeed for joining us, Matt. Loads to talk about. First of all, let's talk about your partnership with Alat, which is, of course, owned by the Public Investment Fund. What's the logic behind this partnership?
Hey, thanks a lot, Tom, for having me on here. It's great to be on the show. And yeah, we have a lot of exciting initiatives in the kingdom. Our partnership with Alat was announced in May 2024. As you mentioned, it's a subsidiary of PIF. And it involves a $2 billion investment where the collaboration makes a significant milestone in Lenovo's journey towards transformation and future global expansion. Look, as part of the partnership, we're going to establish a new regional headquarters in Riyadh. But the state-of-the-art manufacturing facility is really the anchor of our strategy in the kingdom, which is going to commence production at the end of this year, but we're going to have full volume, full-scale production at the end of next year. So this facility is going to have tremendous capacity, and it's going to be one of the most advanced manufacturing facilities in the world. It's going to be our first factory to be able to produce not just PCs, but also data center server infrastructure, as well as mobile phones. So the agility that this factory will be able to create, in addition, also reinforcing the kingdom's commitment and vision for 2030. And how we can help support that vision. I think it's an incredible partnership between our two companies, and Alat's at the center of it, helping us, make sure that we're taking advantage of all the incentives and all the localization efforts that the kingdom is focused on.
Okay, so Matt, let's be clear here. These jointly made devices are going to be made in Saudi Arabia. They're going to bear the label made in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Just tell us when we'll start seeing them on sale.
Yeah, so look, we already produce, we already sell products in the kingdom today. And you can expect that the products that you can purchase today are going to be made with the same quality and the same customer experience expectations as all of the products that are already available to enterprises, to corporate customers, and to consumers today. What we're really excited about in our Saudi-made products is also being able to leverage the capability and the roadmap of initiatives that are in the Kingdom's roadmap for not only infrastructure products but devices around this AI opportunity that creates all kinds of new models, all kinds of new end user use cases that I think can be perfectly harmonized with not only the people and the businesses of the Kingdom, but also with the individual roadmap and the individual software ecosystem and partners that ultimately are also coming alongside Lenovo in this journey.
Do you think other companies are going to follow suit and start producing their products in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia?
I think that's really the mandate of Alat and overall the initiatives there. But I think part of our value in coming to the Kingdom as one of the anchor regional headquarter companies is that we have thousands of suppliers that we work with to deliver these high technology capable products. And this is something that we are actively discussing with our partners on who would be the right suppliers, who are the right transportation and logistics providers that can also leverage some of the infrastructure that the Kingdom has already put in place to make it easier to do business in the Kingdom. So we are absolutely helping MISA and the entire Kingdom investment ministry and making sure that we are bringing in the right partners to help support the vision and our project here.
Now, so we've talked about that plant where there are going to be obviously devices made in Saudi Arabia. We've talked a bit about your headquarters in the heart of Riyadh. What about shops? I mean, you're the world's largest computer company, PC company. Are there going to be official Lenovo stores popping up, do you think, across Saudi Arabia at some point?
Well, look, we believe that there are multiple channels to successfully communicating our technology stories and some of the new innovations to our customers. And those routes to market certainly include consumers, right? So we are going to be opening a customer experience center as we look at our regional headquarters for our employees in the Majidul Tower. But we're also actively looking at our ability to talk to end customers and show those experiences. That includes commercial customers as well, where we have infrastructure products and commercial grade PCs, where we want to make sure that they can experience all of our new Saudi-made initiatives. But at the same time, we already in EMEA have multiple stores for end customers. We have a flagship retail store in Warsaw. We have a flagship retail store in Milano. And we, absolutely expect to bring all of these Saudi-made products to the best possible customer experience in the heart of Riyadh as well. So super excited about that, Tom. So thanks for asking.
Yeah, you've got so many things happening at the same time. And I want to ask you just a bit more about the Majidul Tower regional headquarters. What was behind the appeal of having your regional headquarters in Riyadh as opposed to another major city in the region?
Well, first of all, as our investment in our manufacturing facility is aimed to be world-class, we want our RHQ and our home in Riyadh to be world-class. And, first of all, Majidul Tower passes not only the eye test, but also the experience for our employees, not only from the location, but also from the neighbors. The Majidul Tower is attracting a number of high-performing computing companies. It is attracting a number of ecosystem partners that we talked about. And that gives us the ability to be fast in partnering, but also bring customers into a place that's really convenient to talk to us and partner and build joint business plans. So we are super excited about this. It is something that we have just started construction on this month, and we expect to be fully operational by March of next year. So it's going to be something to see, Tom. I hope you can make it in person to check it out.
Absolutely. If we're invited, we'll certainly be there. Now, together with Alat, you're aiming to create 15,000 direct jobs. But as well as the direct jobs, there'll be a lot of indirect jobs as a result of this partnership, won't there? Just tell us a bit more about that.
Yeah, so I think from our initial estimates in the project and in partnership with the Ministry of Investment, we believe that there's as many as 45,000 indirect jobs. And, that starts with first, looking at the entire value chain that is associated with not only building, but also deploying these products. If you look at some of the large infrastructure initiatives that are out there, from construction to power generation to networking to logistics of doing those things, that is a lot of effort. And I think it's a catalyst right now for the global economy. If you look at some of the innovation jobs that come along the way of designing products, so as we talk about making made in Saudi products and partnering with some of the local universities, we're going to attract some very high quality, innovative, workloads, and that's going to attract talent. That's going to attract the kind of people that I think align with the vision of 2030, and driving this overall localization of next generation products. And I think all of those capabilities really come together by a very favorable investment environment that is focused on accelerating adoption of these kinds of technologies. So I think you're going to see a lot more companies as part of the ecosystem come to Riyadh, and I think that's also going to have additional indirect impacts as well.
Okay, Matt de Broger, Lenovo President of Europe, Middle East and Africa. Thank you very much indeed for speaking to us today.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information and so much noise,
international law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News. Hello and welcome to The Real Deal, coming to you from the Al Arabiya English studios. This is your weekly bulletin, bringing you all the latest business news headlines and analysis from Saudi Arabia. Coming up, Saudi Arabia's merchandise trade surplus hits 26 billion riyals in September, boosted by a 21.7% rise in non-oil exports. We'll find out more about that and the continued effort to diversify away from oil dependence. As Aramco deploys Saudi Arabia's first quantum computer, some are asking what implications such computing power could have for cryptocurrencies. We'll be speaking to the CEO of BitGet. We find out more about the Quality of Life programme, which aims to boost livability and innovation in the kingdom, making it a top destination for investment and talent. And animal lovers descend on the Saudi Pet Expo in Riyadh as the event's fourth edition highlights the kingdom's growing pet culture. Straight into our top story. Saudi Arabia's General Authority for Statistics has released its Q3 trade numbers, and these latest figures point to continued annualized growth in non-oil exports, underscoring the kingdom's ongoing diversification as well as strengthening its international trade portfolio. Well, the kingdom's merchandise trade surplus surged to a 16-month high of 26 billion Saudi riyals in September, whilst total merchandise exports rose 14%. Well, oil's share of exports has now fallen to just over 68%. Well, China remains the kingdom's top trading partner, accounting for nearly 14.5% of total exports and supplying just over 28% of total imports. India and the United Arab Emirates are other key export markets. Well, let's get more now. We can speak to Jamil Ahmed, who is the global markets commentator. Thank you very much indeed for joining us, Jamil. Always a pleasure having you on the programme. As we know, Saudi Arabia has been making some pretty transformational efforts towards diversifying the economy away from oil dependency. And this week we've seen some pretty impressive trade numbers. Can you tell us a bit more about the latest data?
Well, pleasure. So yes, you're correct that Saudi Arabia now for a number of years, like other countries in the Gulf as well, have been making strategic moves to diversify the economy away from oil reliance. And actually what we've seen this week is some very strong export numbers from Saudi Arabia. And this basically ties into the fact that Saudi Arabia economy continues to diversify away from oil and some of the legacy economics. And actually what we're also seeing is we spoke a few weeks ago, and actually for a number of weeks, about Saudi Arabia somewhat being shielded from some of the international economic risks, mainly trade tensions and trade tariffs that many economies are facing for the United States, where the GCC and Saudi Arabia particularly didn't face those tariffs. So I think that's also helped the exports, but the non-oil export growth from September 2024 compared to September 2025, we saw growth of just above 20%. And actually, some of the top trading partners, including the likes of India, including the likes of China, obviously the United States is still in there as well. But you're seeing that Saudi Arabia is now taking more of a, let's say, a stance to impose itself on the international economy. And now you're seeing a lot more improved and enhanced trade with a number of huge trading partners. For example, India and China are going to be up there in a couple of years with the major economies in the world. And it seems that Saudi Arabia will continue to make such progress as we continue to conclude 2025 and head into 2026.
Okay, Jamil, everything you're saying ties in with a pretty impressive PMI reading we saw for early November, which showed strong non-oil private sector growth. Tell us a bit more about that PMI reading.
So it's important to take into account when it comes to PMIs, there's a magic number, which is 50. 50 separates growth from contraction. So you have any number below 50, it's a pessimistic reading that actually the sector is contracting. But in Saudi Arabia's case, the non-oil PMI that came out early in November was above 60. So it's actually substantial, and some would say dramatic growth. But for Saudi Arabia's case, it was the best private business conditions in roughly 10 years. So I think you're seeing a number of different themes and factors there tied together, from Saudi Arabia's improved tourism, the number of events that are taking place, Saudi Arabia becoming more of an international hub and so forth. And all of that is tied together to these impressive economic readings. You've got a number of think tanks and institutions that are continuously upgrading growth forecasts and their expectations of the Saudi Arabian economy. But that number there of above 60 for one PMI, that would be somewhat envious if you compare it to what a number of developed and developing economies are facing with quite challenging business conditions in 2025.
Okay, and another number I wanted to talk to you about, Jamil, is the latest GDP reading for Q3. Just tell us, how did the Saudi economy perform in the third quarter?
So for the third quarter, compared to the previous third quarter of 2024, we saw growth of 5%. But if we compare Q2 and Q3, we had growth of just above 1.2%. So for Q2, on an annualized basis, we had 3.8%. Of course, for Q3, you've got an annualized growth of 5%. Again, that shows improved economic conditions over the previous quarter, firstly, but also ties into what we keep talking about with the likes of the World Bank, the other think tanks and institutions continuing to increase and enhance their growth projections for Saudi Arabia. And it seems that the economy will continue to improve in economic conditions concluding 2025. Also head into 2026. And what I would also point out here is that the growth that Saudi Arabia is showing, which is more than what has been expected, is supposed to lead the region, the GCC, for 2026, where the GCC is supposed to outpace the growth that is seen in other regions across the world for a number of different factors. But I think the continuous investment and the 2030 vision as we head closer towards that date is definitely helping the region as a whole.
Okay, so those are three pretty optimistic sets of numbers you've shared with us there to get us started today. Thank you very much indeed, Jamil Ahmed, Chief Analyst at GTC. Thanks for your time. Let's get a quick check of some of the other stories we're following for you now. The Public Investment Fund says it has sold a 3.3% stake in the Al Qura for Development and Construction Company, which is also known as Masar. Well, that sale raised 950 million rials, which is about $250 million US. Well, Masar is a major urban development company linked to several large infrastructure and real estate projects. Aramco Ventures is expanding its global footprint with a new office in Paris, where it will oversee European investments in AI. Well, according to the company's CEO, Mahdi Al-Adel, those investments in French and European companies are expected to total hundreds of millions of euros, driven by rising data center demand. In partnership with the Italian trade agency, the Saudi Ministry of Investment held the Saudi-Italian Investment and Business Forum in Riyadh last week. Front and centre at the event were the Minister of Investment, Khaled Al-Faleh, and the Italian Minister for Foreign Affairs, Antonio Tajani. Well, more than 1,500 people took part, together with more than 600 Italian companies. And during the forum, some 22 investment agreements were signed between Saudi and Italian entities in sectors such as telecoms, IT, tourism, and healthcare. Now, in partnership with the global quantum computing firm Pascal, Aramco has deployed Saudi Arabia's first quantum computer. Well, the machine is designed for industrial applications, and its arrival places the kingdom firmly in the global quantum race. Well, some experts are raising questions about the implications of this kind of technology for cryptocurrencies and whether quantum systems could one day threaten the cryptographic signatures which underpin Bitcoin and other blockchain networks. We're going to turn our attention now to the company BitGet, a cryptocurrency exchange platform which offers spot trading, futures trading, and copy trading services. Well, BitGet seeks to make digital asset trading accessible and secure. We're going to speak now to Gracie Chen, who is the CEO of BitGet. Thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us, Gracie. Really appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. And nice meeting you, Tom.
Now, the GCC is a well-established crypto hub, and I'm just wondering, where does BitGet fit into this puzzle, and what's the scale of your activities in Saudi Arabia?
So GCC, as you point out, is very strategically important for crypto industry, I would say, and it becoming more and more important. If you look at the whole Asia, if you want to name a few crypto hubs, I'm sure some cities or Emirates, like for example Dubai, will be one of the Asian crypto hubs. For example, I think honestly, personally, I would say probably Hong Kong, Singapore, and Dubai are the three major hubs in Asia, crypto hubs in Asia. And then in Saudi specifically, we are still talking to some regulators and see what we can do specifically over there. But I would say in terms of Middle East, generally, it's crypto regulators are relatively crypto friendly. We know Dubai has Vara, Abu Dhabi has is that AGMI? What's the short name of them? But basically, all those regions have quite good and well understood regulation frameworks available for crypto companies, including crypto exchanges, to apply for. We also have an office in Middle East. So that's a region that we actually think are very strategically important.
Now, Gracie, one of the things that BitGet does is to pride itself on making digital asset trading secure. How do you do that, and how do you make the whole process secure for traders?
So after FTX collapse, security, user protection have been much more important than it was before. And we were one of the first batch of exchanges who started to issue proof reserve. That's one thing. We've also established protection fund before FTX collapse. So our protection fund is the second largest in our industry. And how protection fund works is that if any user experienced a hack, for example, or unstable system that they lost some money not due to their own activity, we will use the protection fund to compensate our users. Although protection fund is not used a lot at BitGet because we are relatively stable, etc., and we haven't faced any major hack in our history, but it was used before to compensate our users.
Now, Gracie, there's recently been a crypto investor survey carried out by your team, in fact, for Q3. And I'm just wondering, what does it tell us? And does it tell us, for example, that people are on the whole confident in crypto?
Well, we published that specific report, some key findings were statistically when we did some research or just some polls with our participants, seems that 66% of those participants plan to increase their allocations over the next 6 months. And also nearly half, specifically 49%, expected the next bull run to see Bitcoin peak between 150K to 200K.
Okay, and I just wanted to ask you a bit more about correlations between Bitcoin and the S&P 500 and so on. I'm just wondering, talking about America, what effect do you think the US President Donald Trump has had on the whole crypto universe these last, say, what has it been, 10 months since he took office?
I think it's very multifaceted. On one side, he is definitely pushing lots of crypto-friendly regulations in Hong Kong and in the US, and hence leading the world. For example, Genius Act, the Stablecoin Act in the US, it also kind of stimulates what we saw in Hong Kong, that they also passed a stablecoin bill, for example. But basically, Genius Act, Clarity Act, all these crypto-friendly regulation frameworks are only here because of the current administration in the US. If you look at the last administration and the previous SEC chairperson, Gary Gensler, for example, you will never see something like this. You will never see all those crypto-friendly regulations. So from that perspective, US is leading lots of innovations, and of course it's already one of the largest markets for cryptocurrency, and hence it will continue to be bigger and bigger in terms of dominating crypto regulation and just leading all those regulations. And then another thing is if you look at the financial perspective and the market perspective, Wall Street today has the biggest pricing power over cryptocurrencies price. And that's the major change that we see in this cycle, in this crypto cycle. Previously, before 2020, or even earlier, 2014, 2015, for example, probably the pricing power of Bitcoin is around miners, is around exchanges, is around all these crypto projects who started to issue their cryptocurrency. But today, this shift of pricing power from more crypto native industry to the Wall Street to the US is also a very big change. After SEC approved the Bitcoin spot ETF, we already foresee the whole shift around all these ETFs driving ETFs and also DATs, digital asset treasuries, such as MicroStrategy. Today it's rebranded to Strategy. But basically all these DATs and ETFs are the major inflow of money or of capital into crypto industry.
Okay, well, we really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us and for telling us what I think a lot of people already knew, that this administration in Washington is indeed a crypto-friendly administration. Gracie Chen, CEO of BitGet, thank you very much indeed for your time.
Thank you, Tom.
Now to some of the other stories from the past week. According to new research, Egyptian businesses are increasingly looking to Saudi Arabia as their next major growth destination. HSBC's new Networks of Capital report says that nearly 90% of Egyptian companies plan to significantly increase trade with the kingdom over the next 5 years. In particular, business leaders point to opportunities in tech, energy, and renewables. While a new Saudi-Egyptian investment agreement is also strengthening confidence and accelerating business ties. The Sand and Fun General Aviation Air Show, which was held in Riyadh last week, drew more than 150 industry exhibitors. 18 new investment agreements worth some 250 million riyals were also signed on the opening day. Well, as well as being aligned with Vision 2030 goals, the growing aviation sector is expected to result in a number of job opportunities. Well, with interactive zones and strong youth participation, the The show underscores the kingdom's ambition to become a regional aviation hub and a magnet for innovation. Saudi Arabia's olive growing sector is seeing record growth. According to official numbers, national production has now surged past 350,000 tonnes. Well, olives are seen as a cornerstone of sustainable development and food security, making their cultivation align neatly with Vision 2030 goals. Well, the region of Al Juf, which borders Jordan, is Saudi Arabia's olive powerhouse, and it delivers 83% of national output. And Riyadh Metro has set a new global record, earning official recognition from the Guinness World of Records for the longest fully driverless train network in the world. Well, the network spans 176 kilometres, and the six-line system, which includes 85 stations, operates entirely through advanced automated control rooms that ensure precision, safety and efficiency. Now, Vision 2030 was first unveiled in April of 2016, and 2 years later, Saudi Arabia's Quality of Life programme was launched. Well, the programme has the goal of boosting livability, vibrancy and innovation in cities across the kingdom, making it one of the most attractive and rewarding destinations for investment, talent and collaboration in the world. Well, for more on this, I'm joined now by Salman Al-Khattaf, who is the advisor to the CEO of Saudi Arabia's Quality of Life programme. Thank you very much indeed for joining us, Salman.
Thank you, Tom, for your great introduction.
Now, for people who don't know, what is the focus of the Quality of Life programme?
Quality of Life programme is inspired by Vision 2030, Saudi Vision 2030, to improve two aspects of living in Saudi, which are livability and lifestyle. In livability, we're talking about modernizing the urban infrastructure and basic services delivered in the city. From the other hand, we're talking about the lifestyle, which is expanding the access to sport, entertainment, culture, and tourism, and the economy of this experience, and engaging people toward these as well.
Okay, Salman, let's talk about how you're getting on. And there are a number of quality of life targets. Just tell us what's on track and what's not.
Actually, we have many KPIs and targets to be achieved. I can confirm that most of them, the majority of them, were either achieved or exceeded the targets. However, we're talking about KPIs on operational level, on a strategic level, on economical level. And I believe, as we are here discussing on the Real Deal show, I think I would focus more on the economical aspect. So let's talk about the quality of life sector-linked economy, which contributed to the GDP of Saudi Arabia. In 2017, as baseline of this program, these sectors, the sport, entertainment, culture, and urban development the sectors, contributed to the GDP by $12.5 billion. Today, we're talking about 19.9, almost 20 billions. So you can see the growth here. Also, the non-government investment would translate that into business language. In the baseline, we were $500 million. Today, the non-government investment reached 5.8 billion. So you can see how this is magnificent, how this is affecting the economy. On the other aspect, we have multiple KPIs toward the social aspect, because we want to balance. We want this program is people-centric at the end. So we need to measure that as well.
Okay, Salman, I mean, just looking back to 2018 when the Quality of Life programme was launched, I mean, in the past 7 years since it was launched, give us a sense of how you've seen the overall quality of life for people in Saudi Arabia evolving. What's been the evolution that you've noticed?
Actually, as you might know, Saudi Arabia has already built a robust infrastructure. And the capital of Saudi Arabia, Riyadh, has been the center of business, center of decision-making. So we've built on what we have. That's why you can see the development is going fast because we have the foundation. We needed to modernize some infrastructure here and there, but the basic infrastructure is already available and strong enough to carry our ambition. What we worked on mostly is the lifestyle economy, because some of these sectors were underdeveloped and needed the attention and focus from the government toward making the right policies toward them, making the business, the ease of doing business in these sectors, improving the people's skills in these sectors. So we have been working on that since 2018 until now. Now I can claim that we have completed the building the ecosystems for each sector. For example, you can see in each sector there is a development fund that helps businesses to get the right funding for their projects if the banking system doesn't support that. Also, the right healthy and high-skilled talent are already available. We send people abroad. We give them a lot of training and education in these sectors. Also, the regulatory framework is completed now and ready for investment.
Okay, so essentially these cultural, entertainment, sports activities mean that life in Saudi Arabia is more enjoyable for everyone who lives there. And of course, beautifying the cities is going to mean more tourists will come and visit, because obviously it's a more attractive place to visit. Can you share any economic results or figures from the QL program that illustrate this point?
If we're talking about the job creation, for example, as one of our main measures to measure the transformation that's happening in quality of life, the job market or job number of jobs were available for these sectors collectively in 2018 as a baseline of this program was 290,000 jobs. Today we have reached 370,000 jobs. So you can see the big improvement in these numbers, and we aim to get more jobs supported by the tourism sector. We believe tourism sector is one of the biggest and largest job creators in the world. It creates like 10% of the job markets globally, and we aim to do the same here. So we are on that pathway as well.
Yeah, Salman, I actually just wanted to ask you, I mean, the majority of the population of Saudi Arabia is under the age of 35, and I'm wondering if that's relevant at all to your numbers there on the quality of life program.
Actually, that's a good question and a very good angle to look at. We believe that the offerings that we are promoting here in quality of life for engaging people in healthier lifestyle, practicing more sport, consuming more entertainment offerings, and get the taste of the deeply rooted in our culture when we're presenting that is very important to succeed and have unique offerings among the globe. So having a youth or young population will help a lot in adapting these things, especially that the new generation looks for new trendy things, looks for a new experience rather than buying stuff or getting new properties. They look for experience, they want to make memories, and these are the core business of what we do here, letting the economy thrive among these sectors.
Now, with regards to housing, how much of a quality of life issue is affordability of housing? Because in Saudi Arabia, rental prices have gone up. There's a rental freeze in Riyadh. And I'm just wondering whether this issue of affordability is directly linked to quality of life, would you say?
As a measure, yes, we definitely measure that. And most of the indices that measures quality of life focuses on these things, such as does your city treated you well in terms of job opportunities, educational opportunities for learning and growth, and providing you with the good solutions with affordable prices when it comes to housing, yes, that's very important aspect that we measure. But do we contribute directly to the housing issue? We don't do that because there is a special program in Vision 2030 focusing on the demand and supply and modernizing the market, using the best tools to balance the supply and demand. Maybe Riyadh was a special case because Riyadh has the highest pressure of people coming in, practicing their jobs or moving their businesses to Riyadh or investing new businesses in Saudi. So Riyadh has been the pressure point for housing, and I believe the leadership in Saudi already took care of that by new regulations toward fixing the current issues and setting a pathway for the economy to fix itself.
Okay, and of course, green space is another really important part of making a city feel livable and improving the quality of life for everyone there. What can you tell us about the changes to the green spaces in the major cities in Saudi?
Yeah, through our partnership with the government entities, we managed to plant more than 100 million trees among the program duration. 118,000 hectares being rehabilitated. Projects such as Green Riyadh, King Salman Park will really change the scene toward outdoor spaces. So yes, we invest on that along with other partners, and we believe this is crucial to the quality of life as well.
I just want to ask you quickly about Join, which is one of the quality of life initiatives. My understanding is that Join is a gateway for global investors into the kingdom. Just tell us how it's going and what its significance is.
Yes, as we mentioned before, lifestyle economy is crucial, and we really believe that the sustainable development will never happen by government investment only. We believe in the third sector, the business sector, and government working together towards sustainable development. Yes, Saudi Arabia has invested a lot from government aspect in these projects, setting the infrastructure, sometimes delivering the offering by itself, but this is not sustainable, and we believe the private sector should lead the business in people life, especially in lifestyle economy. So QL Joint Investment Initiative is about that, is about setting the scene and promote it to the global investment community to see the opportunities that's happening in Saudi Arabia, to see what are the actual reforms that happened on the regulatory frameworks, on the PPP models, on the partnerships that's happening cross-governmental or with the business as well. And you can see the numbers, as mentioned before. There is a lot of private sector investment happening in these sectors, and we believe and global community could also be part of that, as we are positioned in the middle of the globe. We believe we have the biggest market in the MENA region, and you can expand toward 400 million consumers if you work harder in this area, because we are approximate to the in the center of the MENA region, let's say.
Okay, Salman, lastly, I saw that the Quality of Life program was present at the Lisbon Web Summit. I wondered if you could just tell us about your participation there and what came out of it.
It's part of Joint Investment Initiative, where we interact with the global business community. We are really focusing on digital transformation that's happening in Saudi Arabia. AI and new solutions are the future of investment, let's say, and will ease the people's lives and will be part of quality of life as well. So we believe that being there, talking about the opportunities in Saudi Arabia in terms of investment, in terms of moving your business, in terms of working or finding a job opportunities in Saudi, that's going to be beneficial for both parties. So we always want to be in the center of these kind of events.
Okay, Salman, so I think it's fair to say from everything you've told us that the quality of life in Saudi Arabia is on an upward trajectory according to all of your measures.
Across all measures, yes, we can prove that by numbers. Quality of life is strongly improving right now in Saudi Arabia. If you visit Saudi today and you visit next month, you will see some differences and big improvements. So yes, we are focusing on that, and the leadership wants that, and people want that as well, and the business finds a lot of opportunities there. So yes, we are on the right track to develop the quality of life in Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, you're right, Salman. It's always changing, isn't it? Lots of changes underway right across Saudi Arabia. Thank you very much indeed for your time. Salman Al-Khattaf, the advisor to the CEO of Saudi Arabia's Quality of Life program. Thanks for your time.
Thank you. Thank you.
And finally, last week, animal lovers flocked to the Saudi Pet Expo 2025, which was held in Riyadh. Well, now in its fourth edition, the event, which brought together pet care brands, veterinarians, tech startups and breeders, is seen as a sign of the kingdom's fast-growing pet culture. Well, a crowd favourite this year, which was the International Cat Show, where owners showcased their felines for judges to assess their beauty, their breeding standards and their overall health. So that was all happening in Riyadh last week. That's all we have time for. Thank you very much indeed for watching The Real Deal here on Al Arabiya English. Look forward to seeing you again next week.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts or social movements,
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Al Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Stephen Greenway, hello, nice to meet you, Flyer Deal Chief Executive Officer.
Good morning, thank you for having me.
Good morning, thank you so much for being here with me today. I just want to start with some really great news. So this year, for the first time, Flyer Deal hit 10 million passengers a year. The Saudi low-cost airline has only been in operation since 2017. What has been the key to the airline's success as of now?
Well, a couple of firsts. This year we'll actually hit 11 million by the end of the year, which is exciting. We actually had 2 months where we carried more than 1 million passengers. That was for the first time, so we've never done that before. And we actually celebrated our 40 millionth passenger in total since we started only 8 years ago. So every month, it almost seems we have a record that we're passing and so forth. I think a couple of things. We're only 8 years old. But what we are doing is we're moving from adolescence to adulthood, I think. We're growing up very, very quickly. So there's a lot of new aircraft coming in. We delivered 8 new aircraft this year. We'll have an aircraft almost every month next year. And it's that growth in the kingdom and us supporting that growth through aircraft deliveries and so forth that's really spurring that on, I suppose.
So hitting milestones, which is great for Flyer Deal.
And also, you are planning to increase its network, Flyer Deal, and fleet. That's threefold by 2030. That's the plan. Have you been hindered at all by any aircraft delays and supply chain issues? And if so, has that impacted planning at all?
Yeah, absolutely. So we're sitting on 43 aircraft at the moment. 44 comes, I think, in the next couple of weeks. I lose count. And then we're getting up to 100 over the next couple of years. And that's a mix of 320s, new 321s, which will come into our fleet, and 330s, which will allow us to go long haul. But we, like every other airline, is suffering in terms of aircraft delivery delays. Our 321s were meant to be delivered next year, or start to be delivered next year. We won't see those until 2027. So a full year delay on top of already delays. You know, the 2026 delivery date was already a delay on a delay, if that makes sense. The 330s we've got coming in 2027, and as we say in the Kingdom, inshallah, they'll arrive on time, but there's no guarantee. And it really just impacts your planning. You know, those 321s, as an example, we really wanted to fly to India and to Pakistan because we get better economics and more seats and more range, and we can't. And so we're constantly having to move and modify our plans. But look, we're not alone. It's easy to whinge. I speak to every other airline CEO. Everyone else is in the same bucket as I am, or as we are. It's how you manage it, I suppose, the situation that's absolutely key. And
that's a difficulty, especially when it comes to supply chains and delays, because it's out of your hands, Stephen. But let's talk a little bit about that. You spoke about Flyer Deal, and you have quite a lot of new aircraft on order. So 51 new narrow-body aircraft, 10 wide-body aircraft on order, all for deliveries by around 2027. So is 2027 going to be the year of wow growth for Flyer Deal and allow for those more long-haul flights like you spoke to me about, India, Pakistan, possibly Europe? So is that where you're looking for the wow growth to happen?
I'm going to describe 2027 as the wow growth year. Thank you. You've given me the tag. Wow growth and sort of scratching my head growth as well. I literally had a meeting with Airbus yesterday, and I was just informed that not only will we get one new aircraft type in July of 2027, but we'll get two. So we're getting our 321s, our first one being delivered in July, and our 330 being delivered in July at the same time. We will literally, from 2027 beyond, we have literally an aircraft every month or more coming into the fleet to get us up to where we need to be for 100 aircraft. So I think that's where we really do amp up. I think your observation is absolutely correct. We're preparing now. We're doing all the basics now to prepare for that. Flight training schools, engineering, technology investments, you name it, to get prepared for that big day where we know we're ramping up quite substantially. But in the interim, we are already starting Pakistan. We have 5 destinations. We're getting on with it. We're getting on with the assets that we have. We don't want to stop growing. We want to continue growing our network. Syria is a good example. India, we still intend to launch next year despite not getting the 321s. We've just got to get on with it. It's not optimal. I think that's probably the thing to say, but we have to get on with the growth, and that's what we're doing.
And let's talk a little bit about India, because as you just said to me, India's Flyer Deal is sort of the next phase of growth, yes, if you want to put it in that respect. Yeah. But, you know, so many overseas carriers are actually flying a share of India's international traffic. It's become a popular destination. How is Flyer Deal planning to compete with the other big international airlines who are thinking of doing the same thing?
Well, a couple of things. Both India and Saudi Arabia, they're in the top 5 trading partners between both countries. So they have very, very strong economic ties. That even surprised me when I was researching. Second thing is we have 3 million Indians in the kingdom, everyone from doctors to street cleaners and everything else in between. So they're wanting to go home, visiting friends and family. They're living in the kingdom, they're working in the kingdom, but they obviously want to go home. You have a huge middle class building in India and wealth as well, and they're wanting to travel. And what we say is airlines in both India and the Kingdom have been unrepresented in terms of market share. That is that third-party airlines via third-party countries are taking traffic, over Dubai as an example, from India to the Kingdom and vice versa. What we're saying is we want our fair share of direct traffic. It's only 5-hour flying time between the Kingdom and India, or 4 on the East Coast. We believe there's enough there. We're offering direct services. And the other thing on top of that is we're also offering a network of 25 destinations within the Kingdom. And so that is obviously something very compelling for someone who was wanting to come into the Kingdom and move around. So we think there's a lot more growth between our countries respectively, and there's a demand for direct services as opposed to going via a third country.
That absolutely makes sense. But India actually adopts a really protectionist stance when it comes to foreign carriers operating Indian routes. How does Flyadeal plan to tackle this government oversight that's currently in India at the moment?
So two things. You're correct, but they're more protective in terms of what we call sixth freedom traffic. That is going over third-party countries via third-party airlines to get to an ultimate destination. A good example would be, say, India via Dubai to the United States, as an example. That's not what we're talking about here. We're talking about direct services between two countries. The other thing is also the actual oversight and regulation that is pertaining to both of our countries is reasonably good. We can start services without having to ask for extra rights or anything like that. We just have to get the license to be able to do that. So the actual traffic rights between both of our countries is quite good.
And also, you know, we were speaking there about growth and different flights. What makes the Saudi market unlike any other in the Middle East? And how is Flyadeal supporting Saudi's 2030 vision? Because we know right now that is the massive focus for the kingdom.
Yes, absolutely. So a couple of things. Number one, Dubai, the UAE, Bahrain, Qatar, etc. do not have the domestic market. Okay, so Saudi Arabia has 35 million Saudis, then also guest workers and other people who have come to work in the country. It's a big domestic market, like Canada, like Australia. It just simply doesn't exist anywhere else in the kingdom, and that's why a lot of foreign airlines are very interested in the kingdom. So that's number one. We're lucky to have a natural, large domestic market. Number one. Number two is the market, and I say this with respect, is immature. That is that the market's only just opened up over the past 5 to 10 years. It's not a mature market like North America or Europe or something like that. So the Band-Aid has been ripped off. You can now go into the kingdom, like you were talking about your travels, very easy. Everything is electronic. You can egress through. That was not the case 5-10 years ago. You couldn't even come on a tourist visa. You had to be on a working visa or a pilgrim visa. So that has all opened up. They've opened up just like any other normal country. And what they're doing is paying catch-up. They're paying catch-up in terms of growth, and so that's why we're seeing 15% growth year on year domestically, is because we're playing catch-up. New market segments are coming in, everything from new religious segments, because it's much easier to do Umrah now, all the way through to natural tourism segments. I always get a laugh. I see Saudi girls going to Dubai for shopping. They couldn't have done that 5-10 years ago. They had to go with an escort or couldn't go at all. So there's a genuine new market segment. In terms of 2030, our mission, it's very, very basic. It's connecting Saudi Arabia to the world and bringing Saudi Arabia, bringing Saudis to the world and the world to Saudi Arabia. And by the growth that we spoke about, the network expansion plans, that's how we underpin 2030.
It sounds so exciting for you as a CEO of the company to be able to be there as you move things from infancy to growth. It must be a great opportunity for yourself and for the crew involved and everyone involved in the airline. Oh,
I'm like a kid in a toy store. It is wonderful. Right place, right time, right narrative. And I consider ourselves nation builders. We have a role within the nation that's very clear, as I explained. And just being in the centre of all that, I mean, just incredibly exciting. And we can see every day visible change, the difference that we make. It's very difficult to find that anywhere else. And I think also the other thing which must be mentioned is the ecosystem, the air transportation ecosystem is not despised, it is supported. The government comes to us and says, how can we help? How can we help you grow and succeed? What do you need? What are the blockages? And I think that dialogue is incredibly positive and unfortunately lacking in a lot of other jurisdictions around the world.
And it's so interesting because we talk about Saudi developing, and obviously there's a lot of sport happening in Saudi, the likes of Cristiano Ronaldo. We've seen the massive footballers.
I think he's become a Saudi now, hasn't he? He seems to be very he's moved, he's pro. Every time I see him, it's like, I'm Saudi now. I seem to be living here. But yes, you're right. Yeah,
and do you think that's attracting a lot of traffic to Saudi to watch all these big sporting events? Because there's been a big tennis event there recently. We saw Arina Sabalenka, the world #1, playing tennis. They've really opened up the country, and of course Formula 1.
Yeah. Formula 1's a nightmare for me. It's just down the road from where I live, so traffic is never good when it's on. But look, the sporting events are just one part of many. Would you believe it? The Jeddah Book Festival is taking off. I mean, very, very popular. It's coming up soon in a month's time. So everything from sporting events, to cultural events. And then on top of that, what you're now starting to see is the infrastructure we've been talking about for so long opening up. So theme parks, Red Sea resorts, et cetera, Ulula in terms of accommodation opening up more. All of this is now coming online literally over the next couple of years. So it has to be seen as in a holistic way, everything from golf to Formula One, as you said, even boxing, but also all of the other infrastructure pieces. So that, you know, we've had all this growth without any of that over the past couple of years, and now we're starting to see those taps turned on. That is incredibly exciting because it really does give people a reason to come and visit, see Saudi Arabia for what it truly is, which is a magnificent country, and participate in its growth.
Great golf courses in Saudi Arabia.
I haven't tried. My handicap is too bad, so it's embarrassing. So I don't even want to go there.
I spend most of the time in the rough, to be honest, so my handicap's not very good either. But just a final question to you, Stephen. I've been flying back and forth to Saudi Arabia. As we all know, the growth of development is incredible there. Why should I get a Flyer Deal flight, or anyone watching this interview?
So, well, one, they've got a fantastic CEO, so you just have to... the best CEO ever, of course. Look, we have... The great thing about Saudi Arabia and the ecosystem is we have a number of airlines servicing different market segments. For us, our proposition is very, very simple, which is we're safe, we're affordable, we're on time, and we don't cancel. And we religiously pursue those goals. A good example of that is our OTP, or on-time performance. We're the leading LCC in on-time performance for 10 months running in the Middle East, okay? And in a couple of those months, we've actually been globally number one. Not an LCC, but globally airline number one. And so we just don't talk about it, we actually deliver, and people know that they can get a cheap ticket, but typically sometimes you get a cheap ticket, it means that it's poor standard or poor performance or what have you. We want to change that ethos, and we want to change that understanding that they know that they can get an affordable fare on us, they know they're going to be on time, and they know they're not going to cancel. And we just get those true fundamentals correct, people just come knocking on our door and coming back time after time.
I must say, the best CEO at the air show, Stephen Greenway, thank you so much.
I should charge an appearance fee.
Yeah, definitely.
Tremendous progress with only a few sticking points. President Trump says a Russia-Ukraine peace deal is on the horizon. But is it? Ukraine's red lines remain, and Russia is refusing to budge on its war goals. So what progress has been made? And what should Ukraine give up in return for peace? I'm Melinda Nucifora. That Counterpoints debate coming up soon.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
Tremendous progress with only a few sticking points. President Trump says a Russia-Ukraine peace deal is on the horizon. But is it? Ukraine's red lines remain, and Russia is refusing to budge on its war goals. So what progress has been made? And what should Ukraine give up in return for peace? I'm Melinda Nucifora, and this is Counterpoints. The effective end of its existence as an independent country or its only pathway to peace? A deal originally drafted by the US and Russia has backed Ukraine into a corner. If it agrees to the terms, it risks its sovereignty and major public backlash. If it doesn't agree, the war continues and it risks losing US support.
I think we're getting very close to a deal. We'll find out. I thought that one would have been gone quicker. We did 8. I thought that would have been an easier one, but I think we're making progress.
The revised peace plan has reportedly reached consensus on most of the points, except the ones that really matter, the really contentious ones, the points requiring Ukraine to cede territory to Russia, dramatically reduce the size of its military, and agree to never join NATO. Classifying these as merely a few sticking points seems like an understatement.
As long as Russia has not taken real steps toward demobilization, real steps to shut down its war machine, steps that would clearly show that Russia is serious about ending this war of aggression, we do not have the right to stop working to support Ukraine.
So coming up on this episode, we'll debate if a Ukraine peace deal really is imminent. What does an acceptable compromise look like? And has the recent corruption scandal weakened Zelensky's hand? Stay with us. Joining us for this discussion is Dr. Alexander Mereshko, a Ukrainian MP who heads the Foreign Affairs Committee of the Ukrainian Parliament. Brandon Weichert is back with us, Senior National Security Editor at the National Interest and author of A Disaster of Our Own Making, How the West Lost Ukraine. And rounding out our panel, Sir Michael Fallon, a former British Secretary of State for Defence between 2014 and 2017. Gentlemen, welcome to Counterpoints. Thank you so much for being with us. Well, the US has been very open about pursuing what it calls an aggressive timeline to secure a deal between Russia and Ukraine. US President Donald Trump had initially said he wanted Ukraine's Zelensky to sign on by Thanksgiving, but he's since walked back from that particular deadline. He does, however, remain optimistic. Alexander, let's put it to you first. Is a deal imminent?
Well, unfortunately, I would like to say yes, but on the basis of the previous experience, I have to be really skeptical about this. And besides, we know that for President Trump, deadlines not always work. So he's very flexible with all kinds of deadlines.
He is very flexible with deadlines. Brandon, do you think that is a sign that maybe the president isn't as confident that a deal is imminent as he had made out in the days previously?
I think the president very badly wants a deal. I think the president's problem is he's dealing with a bureaucracy in Washington that is not totally under his control. I think he has a Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, who is sort of out there calling audibles every time he gets out of the country. That's complicating things. And I think that he has a lot of factors such as Ukrainian input, which is causing complications because obviously Zelensky doesn't agree with the 28-point plan. There's now a 19-point plan that apparently the Ukrainians have floated as an alternative that Marco Rubio is running with. So there is no consensus here. There is no stasis in the argument. So in my opinion, I don't think we're going to be getting a deal anytime soon, unfortunately. Although I do believe Trump wants it.
He can want it all he wants, so Michael, can't he? But what do you think? Do you agree? We've got two quite pessimistic outlooks there.
Well, I'm not as pessimistic. Actually, if it hadn't been for President Trump, I don't think we'd be anywhere near a deal at the moment. His predecessor didn't know how to end this war. The Europeans don't know how to end this war. I mean, what the president is doing, and timetable may well slip. It's already slipped, as you pointed out. It may well slip. But what he is impressing on everybody is that this war has to end at some point. And at the moment, Ukraine simply can't win this war. It's always been true that Ukraine could lose, but Ukraine can't win. If the United States aren't prepared to support Ukraine indefinitely, if the Europeans are going to go on buying Russian oil and gas and not supplying Ukraine with the weapons it's needed for so long, then Ukraine can't actually win this war. And I think President Trump has put his finger on it. There has to be some kind of negotiated ceasefire. And, the quicker that is done, the better.
Dr. Mareshkar, what do you make of Sir Michael's comments there? Can Ukraine not win this war?
To quote one famous politician, yes, we can. Yes, we can. To win this war, it's winnable, but it depends on the support of the West, or the whole Western world, including the United States, because each time when Ukraine displays creativity, like Operation Spiderweb, for example, we have success. And what's going on right now, Russia has bogged down in the territory of Ukraine. According to some estimates, for example, for Russia to occupy the rest of the Donetsk Oblast only will take 5 years and several millions of casualties on the Russian side. So we can win the war, but again, it depends on the support, especially, such long-range missiles like Tomahawks, for example, and all kinds of sophisticated advanced weaponry.
Exactly. But given those weapons are not being supplied, and they should have been, of course, you're right. They should have been supplied. They should have been supplied very much earlier in this conflict. I only wish now we'd given Ukraine the weapons it needed back in 2014 to resist this aggression in the Donbass. But we decided collectively, Obama, Merkel, the British government, we decided collectively not to do that. And I don't think you can go backwards. I still don't think, without the support that you recognise is needed from outside, I don't see how Ukraine can actually regain the territory it's lost. And therefore, we have to have some kind of compromise.
Yeah, they can't regain the territory. And I disagree, though, respectfully, that we should have been giving weapons, tomahawks and whatnot. That is not the way we should have been doing this. We should have been negotiating a settlement. The Minsk Accords were the way to go, and we messed that one up. And the Ukrainians are now paying the price for it. And it's very unfortunate because the Ukrainians do not need to be getting slaughtered this way. The war should have been over years ago, at the very least 2 years ago during the Istanbul conference, but that is the way it goes. So we do need to now stop talking about resupplying. The United States, as I have said for many, many years now, the United States is depleting its critical stockpiles of weapons. And now we have what looks like to be some major operation off the coast of Venezuela. It looks like there's something kicking up between Japan and China, which will undoubtedly rope the United States in. There is no way we can afford, with those limited stockpiles of weapons, to be able to be sending all of that over to Ukraine while we're doing all these other things. We have to pick a front, and the Russian front is not the primary front.
I understand that, but that's why I think we now need, to stop the killing, to actually focus on what kind of ceasefire would give Ukraine some kind of peace and some kind of security. Clearly, it's not ideal. Clearly, it will never reflect the courage and the heroism of the Ukrainian forces. We can never do that. We can't set the clock back. But what we can do, I think, is focus all our efforts on making sure that there really is a security guarantee for any ceasefire, at least as strong as Ukraine being inside NATO, that Ukraine keeps a substantial military force to resist any further incursions, and that any territory that it does give up, it gives up de facto rather than de jure. There's no lasting surrender of that territory, and that one day Ukraine, just as Germany or hopefully one day Korea, can be reunited with the territory it's lost.
Well, what you're talking about, though, is not a peace then. You're talking about a ceasefire, and I don't think that's what most Americans would support. I think we want a peace deal. And so I don't believe we should be leaving the door open. Trump is out of office in 35 months. What's to stop the next American president from restarting hostilities with the Russians over Ukraine again? We don't want to have a security guarantee because our security guarantees, frankly, have exacerbated this crisis much more than it already has been. So in my opinion, I agree we need to get a deal. I agree that we need to stop the killing right now. I'm with you on that. And I think the president is as well. But in my view, we do not need to be doing any deal that leaves the door open for some, ambiguous open-ended date where we're going to go back into conflict with the Russians. The Russians have been very clear, and we've been on panels together with Russian representatives where they've been consistently clear. They don't want this open-ended thing, so they're not even going to come to the table, really, if we start talking about we're going to give security guarantees and we're going to leave the door open for the Ukrainians at some point to take back land. That part of the war is over, and unfortunately, in my opinion, the Russians have won. And so we need to move on now and save what's left of Ukraine.
I don't think we're that far apart, but I would like to hear from Alexander on this.
Yeah,
yes.
Let's bring in Dr. Mareshko. How do you feel, particularly with a suggestion from Brandon that perhaps this frontier is no longer the US's priorities, considering it has other issues on its doorstep that the president is now turning his attention to? If that's the case, is this the best deal Ukraine is going to get? In which case, should it take it?
Well, first of all, it makes sense to negotiate with someone when you are sure that you can reach a result and this person will comply with the reached compromise, reached agreement. But this is exactly not the case with Putin. He had violated all possible agreements, including Minsk Accords, including Budapest Memorandum, including bilateral treaty, respecting sovereignty and territorial integrity of Ukraine. So it makes absolutely no sense to even to negotiate with Putin, because he will never comply with the reached agreement. It makes no sense. Second, with regard to security guarantees, we had this and continue to have these security guarantees from the United States. It's called the Budapest Memorandum. We had given up our the only deterrent factor, our nuclear arsenal, one of the biggest in the world. And we hope that the United States will do everything to prevent Russia from attacking us. So what kind of lesson other countries should learn from this? So that they should have their own nuclear arsenal, like North Korea, or to do something else. Finally, I believe in the United States. I don't think that United States is a weak country. It's a giant in terms of economic power, in terms of military-industrial complex. I don't believe that the United States doesn't have, it's so weak, supposedly, that it doesn't have enough weaponry to share with Ukraine. I just don't believe in this.
Well, unfortunately, that we are depleting significant stockpiles and we are unable to replenish them. In a related bit of news, the U.S. Navy has finally canceled the Constellation-class frigate after billions and billions of dollars spent on it. It's just one of many examples of how things are not going the way they should be in the American defense industrial base. And I think Ukraine and the rest of the world needs to get very, very realistic here about what Uncle Sam can do truly for them, rather than relying on the sweet, siren song that politicians in Washington send their way. The fact of the matter is the Americans are at the end of our logistical rope, and we cannot continue this war. It is a miracle that we've been able to do what we've been able to do, given all the crises. And I would just add, in my personal opinion, in 1994, the giving up of those nukes was the single greatest mistake Ukraine ever made. That was a significant leverage point. They basically sold out their national sovereignty to Bill Clinton, who was never serious about actually upholding the promises he made. He was only trying to buy time for himself. Clinton was a short-term thinker, and it was very clear that was a short-term solution to a headache he was dealing with between Ukraine and Russia, Boris Yeltsin at the time. So in my opinion, the great mistake and the lesson to be learned is if you have nuclear weapons, don't give them up. You cannot give them up. That is your shield. And in the case of Ukraine and America, America should have been using its technical proficiency to shore up that nuclear weapons arsenal in Ukraine to make sure the Ukrainians had a viable access and control over those weapons, rather than pulling them out and giving the Russians that opening. So.
Probably. But,
I have a question for you as a specialist on security issues. Are you suggesting that the United States should rectify this mistake, made by the United States, because at that time, Clinton's administration put pressure on Ukraine to give up our nuclear arsenal. Maybe the United States should give back us at least technical nuclear weaponry.
Unfortunately now that cannot happen because the Ukraine state is too unstable right now. It cannot happen. It can't happen.
Both of you, with respect, both of you are now going backwards, and I understand why. I think we've got to face the reality, the real world today. The United States is not going to commit much more weaponry to this fight if Ukraine can't win it, and the Russians are not going to retreat from the Donbass. Therefore, there has to be, sadly, some kind of ceasefire agreement. And the issue, and Alexander's rightly raised it, can we devise some form of security guarantee, one that Brandon probably doesn't like, but can we devise some kind of security guarantee that does give Ukraine a better assurance?
Neutrality is the only security guarantee.
Or from Minsk. And secondly, can we ensure that Ukraine retains enough of its military to be able to prevent further incursions in the southeast of its country? That's what we should now be focusing on, facing the real world and seeing what kind of ceasefire might possibly hold. Not going to be easy. That's why they're still locked away in different hotel rooms in different cities trying to work it out.
You're correct. In principle, you are correct. But the problem we're facing now is at the tactical level. And I think this is very key to keep in mind. And I'm not dismissing the heroism of the Ukrainian frontline troop at all. But the fact of the matter is, at the tactical level, the Russians have the advantages. And the 2023 offensive that was planned by U.S. generals, by the way, it was a disaster for Ukraine against Russia, and it did more damage to Ukraine's ability to hold out than it helped. And so we are now in a position where we want to negotiate. We have to negotiate. But the Russians don't necessarily have to negotiate because they hold all the cards on the ground right now. And at some point, the Ukrainians are not going to be able to hold out. So when we talk about getting a deal and the Russians say root causes, we all know what that means. When the Russians say root causes, we're going to have to meet them at the table and be willing to discuss the root causes because we don't have the leverage anymore that we had, say, in April of 2022.
Well, I think we ought to be more positive than that. You're still going backwards.
I'm a realist. I don't live in positive or negatives. I just accept the reality as it is.
I think we can be positive. Look at other wars that have ended. Look even at the war between North Korea and South Korea. Okay, the country was split in two. Look at South Korea now. An incredibly strong country with a lot of inward investment and a big economic power in the world. Ukraine could be that, even with some portion of its territory, like Korea or Finland, some portion of its territory temporarily lost for a few years. Ukraine, with a lot of inward investment.
Well, South Korea and North Korea is permanently
Ukraine
lost to
could
South
easily
Korea.
be a great European country.
Hold on. I understand your example of Korea, but I think it's important to remember North Korea is permanently lost to South Korea, and no South Korean I know is talking about reclaiming the Yalu River or Pyongyang. They're two separate countries now, which is what I think would be best for Ukraine. And it sounds like the Russians, outside of that eastern portion and the Crimean region, the Russians are willing to let the western portion of Ukraine go its own way. It's the NATO types that keep insisting on this completely irrational strategy of doubling down on failure. And so, in my opinion, you want to do a North Korea, South Korea model, fine, but we have to acknowledge South Korea is not trying to take North Korea, and North Korea, it sounds like lately, isn't even really interested in taking South Korea anymore. They're doing their own thing. So,
what I meant in the long term, Brandon, in the long term, freedom will out. When I started in politics, half of Europe was behind the Iron Curtain, was living under the Soviet Union. Country by country, those countries became free, joined the European Union, joined NATO, and became democracies. You must never write this off. But
look,
for now,
I understand what you're saying.
Ukraine
Blew it after 91.
Ukraine now has an opportunity. If we all get in now, invest in the rest of Ukraine, Ukraine's economy can modernize, it retains some military force, and it can become a great European country with the support of the world community. And we can only do that if we build outwards from a ceasefire.
All right, I want to bring in, before we need to move on to our next segment, Dr. Mareshko, give me your opinion on what you're hearing there, the prospect of being divided in a North-South Korea sort of sense. I also want to ask you if you can answer this as well. The feeling from you, from Ukraine, about whether the US remains a just, a viable, a legitimate mediator here, after we've heard these reports showing US Special Envoy Witkoff coaching Russian negotiators on how to get on the good side of President Trump. Does that negate the US's role as a legitimate mediator here?
Well, first of all, I don't view the United States as a mediator. I view as our ally and as our friend. Despite some,
does a friend work against you in favor of your enemy?
No. Well, if you look, for example, at opinion polls in the United States, majority of Americans, both Republicans and Democrats, support Ukraine. And they understand that Russia presents huge danger for American security. I hope they understand that Russia is waging war not only against Ukraine, it's waging, in the final analysis, the war against the United States, against US-led rules-based order. And it's important to remember this fact. But I have a practical suggestion. When we're talking about security guarantees for Ukraine, the best security guarantee for us is NATO membership. So the only thing the United States can do as the leader in NATO, just to admit Ukraine to NATO. And I assure you, it will stop Putin, it will stop Russian aggression against Ukraine. Because Putin, yes, he is a bully, but he is a coward. He is afraid he cannot handle Ukraine. He is he is losing the war. And this is the truth. Ukraine is not losing. Putin, Russia is losing the war. And we can see it. But the best solution, of course, is NATO membership, the most practical and the most reasonable. Just we need political will on the part of the United States.
What about the concept of Ukraine being permanently divided, like South Korea, North Korea? Is that an acceptable concept?
It's ludicrous. Russia should be divided, and I hope this empire will collapse into a new states like Ichkeria, Chechnya, like Tatarstan. It's inevitable. It's an empire which will collapse. The whole history of Russia is a history of collapse of empire. So it's inevitable. It's just new historical cycle. As for Ukraine, you will see that I don't know when it will happen, but we will restore our territorial integrity. Sooner or later, it's inevitable.
I'm going to move us on to our next segment, and then I'll get you responses to that as we move on. This age-old adage that we hear all the time, there are no winners in war, seems very relevant in this conflict, especially as it grinds on towards 4 years without major victories on either side for so long now. So both sides have a very bitter pill to swallow. And then more broadly, Europe in turn has suffered through energy and cost of living crises and now faces the extra economic burden of boosting defence spending as, just as Brandon was saying about the US, their depletion of armaments continues as well. US Vice President J.D. Vance wrote on social media, "There is a fantasy that if we just give more money, more weapons and more sanctions, victory is at hand." Brandon, is he right? Is it a fantasy that continued US and European support for Ukraine equals victory?
He is correct that continued U.S. support is complicating the ability for Ukraine to get a favorable deal. Vice President Vance is correct that our aid and our supplying of Ukraine has exacerbated this. And this connects back to what Alexander was saying earlier. The Russians have said for years, and maybe they're all lying, I don't know, but the Russians have always said root causes. And when they say root causes, that's synonymous with NATO expansion. Now, we all might think, who cares? It's not a big deal. It's just that's a peaceful thing that's going on. But to the Russians, this was always a very significant red line. Mikhail Gorbachev warned about this in his final year. Boris Yeltsin, who was probably the most pro-American leader of Russia ever, was warning Bill Clinton about this. And, of course, Vladimir Putin has been vetching about this for a while. So we're talking now about the U.S. through NATO continuing to supply and eventually absorbing at least part of Ukraine into NATO. I don't understand how people believe that that is a shield against the Russians. It is not. It will only demand from the Russians that they militate further against Ukraine and eventually against the rest of Europe. The way out of this is to not absorb Ukraine into NATO and to live up to the principle of the Budapest Memorandum, which first and foremost enshrined Ukrainian sovereignty plus neutrality. And we have violated that. And so root causes are a condition for Russian rapprochement. And so far, the Europeans seem complete. I understand Ukrainians not liking to talk about this. I get it. And I empathize with them. But ultimately, we got to be the big boys in the room, and we're going to have to not talk about Ukrainian entry into NATO, and we're going to have to cut this thing off, not only because America has bigger fish to fry, but because we're making the situation worse for Ukrainian people.
Dr. Marechko, what do you think about that?
Neutrality in the Budapest Memorandum, I never heard. I read it many times. I didn't find neutrality for Ukraine in the Budapest Memorandum.
The Russians did not sign that thinking that Ukraine was going to join NATO, sir. The Russians would have never signed that. Okay, this is the problem.
I cannot read minds. I don't know what
I understand you can't read minds, but the bottom line is that Ukraine constantly flirting with NATO is the reason why this war is happening the way it is. That is 100% why. And we need to accept this. And all the people obsessed with expanding NATO, and you mentioned earlier this plan to collapse Russia, and I've heard it from the people at Hudson Institute my entire career. I've heard it from the neocons in Washington. My entire career I've heard this, and it sounds as nutty now as it did then. Frankly, collapsing a nuclear-armed state the way you're talking about in Russia will create a nightmare scenario. We barely avoided that in the 90s, thanks to the Nunn-Lugar Amendment. You're talking about now basically encouraging this, and I guess Ukraine being used as a vehicle for that. That is a very dangerous supposition, and that is not something the American people support, and it's certainly not something that the President of the United States will ever support.
Well, look, we've got to be realistic.
The root causes. There is only one root cause, and this is crime of aggression committed by Russia against Ukraine.
Yeah, they shouldn't have invaded you. I agree. That is wrong.
International law.
I get it.
As for NATO membership, why Putin doesn't want Ukraine to be in NATO? For only one reason, because Ukraine and NATO doesn't help him to kill Ukraine. That's the only reason. And this is exactly the reason why we want to be in NATO. This is the only guarantee of our survival. It is the only thing which can prevent Putin from erasing us from the map of the earth and subjugating the country and the nation. That's the only reason. Other countries, like small countries like Estonia, Latvia, they're safe just because they're members of NATO. We also want to be safe when we have this maniac as our neighbor.
Mm-hmm. All right,
okay,
so Michael?
Look, if we've learned one thing, 4 years of this dreadful war, and indeed since the invasion of Crimea, is that Russia is never going to allow Ukraine to join NATO in anything like the near future. And therefore we have to be absolutely realistic about this. There are no winners from this war, as you said. And if the US is not going to supply and can't spare the weapons that you need, and if Europe is not able to wean itself off Russian oil and gas and supply the weapons you need, then nobody is going to win this war. And that means we have got to search for a proper ceasefire that has some element of security, not as perfect as NATO membership, but some element which the President has already conceded the United States may in some form be willing to provide. Some element of security backed up by the Europeans that at least give Ukraine the prospect of living beyond a ceasefire with no further invasion of its territory. And that, coupled with retention of a large military force, an awful lot of Western investment, I think should be what the Ukrainians can now get out of this particular process. But we can't go back to Budapest. We can't go back to the original invasion of Crimea. Yes, Ukraine has been betrayed, but we have to move forward now and find a peaceful settlement.
If we're talking about compromises, Donald Trump was asked what compromises Russia will have to make in this. And he responded by saying to stop fighting and not take more land. It's not really a huge compromise when you consider what the deal is asking Ukraine to give up. So, Michael, isn't this just going to send the message then that might is right? If you're tough enough, you can kind of take whatever you want and the US is going to let you do it?
You've got to look, I think, at what Russia really wanted. Russia wanted the whole of Ukraine. Russia wanted to change the government of Ukraine. It thought it'd be in Kyiv in weeks. Thanks to the bravery of the Ukrainians, that has not happened. So Russia will be deprived of that aim. It has not been able to conquer Ukraine and restore it inside the Soviet Union. Secondly, Russia wanted to demilitarize Ukraine. You see now in the proposals that are being floated, Ukraine will be able, under the plan that's being put forward, to retain a sizable military force. And thirdly, I hope you will see that Ukraine will not have to cede these territories de jure forever, that there will be a ceasefire and they will be temporarily conceding that Russian occupation of those bits of the Donbass that they occupy at the moment. So, Russia, having set out nearly 4 years ago, has lost hundreds of thousands of its troops, has been humiliated as a military machine in the eyes of the world by the Ukrainian army, and has not gained its principal prize, which was to conquer Ukraine, bring it back in the Russian orbit, and install a Russia-friendly government in Kyiv.
So, Dr. Mareshko, should you take that as a win, and maybe then there is compromise to be had?
Well, if we allow aggressor not to be punished to get away with the crime, but to be rewarded with territorial concessions, then the whole world, global security is in big trouble. It creates very dangerous precedent for China, for other potential aggressors. Aggressors should be defined as simple as that. The whole civilized life is based on several principles. One of them is a principle of international law, sovereign equality. We don't dictate Russia whether to be or not in one defense alliance. Russia has its own defense alliance, and we never were against this. Why should they dictate us to which international organizations to join or not? Another principle, the principle of non-use of force. Again, if we violate this principle or allow someone to be rewarded for the violation, it will take us back in the 19th century. We shouldn't allow this to happen. It's a matter for the whole humanity.
There are, of course, implications from this.
Should be stopped by all of us.
Sure, but of course there will be implications, and there will be encouragement from other countries that start crossing borders, of course. But the plain fact of the matter is that 3/4 of the United Nations did not condemn Russia's invasion of Ukraine, would not support us, despite all our efforts to rally the international community. The international support was not there. Now, yes, there are implications, and yes, we've got to be very clear in future how we defend democracies. They can't all be inside NATO. Taiwan's not in NATO. Georgia's not in NATO. But we've got to think harder after this about how we defend countries that are free and democratic, but are outside the NATO club. And we've got to find a better way of doing that.
I think the entire assumption that people can rely upon international law has always been a flawed assumption. Does make right. This is the Westphalian state model. It is anarchic by nature, and this is why the countries that can seek their security through maximum policies, this is what they do. And this is what the United States does. We did it in Iraq. Anybody who talks about international law needs to really understand that the United States violated international law then. We should never have been in Iraq, and we did that, and that was because we could. And it's the same thing the Russians are saying now. And this is just the way the world works, especially now where there is a multipolar system, or at least a tripolar system. And unfortunately, these appeals to international law don't really help the situation at all, because nobody's paying attention to international law. And that's just the way it is. And as for these these notions about, Ukraine can reclaim territory. They can't. And they haven't been able to. The Russians have held on to their part of Ukraine that they have held on to for over a decade. We've now spilled a lot of blood, spent a lot of money, sent a lot of weapons over there, and it really hasn't fundamentally shifted the paradigm at the tactical level. And we're now getting to a point where Ukraine is running out of money and Ukraine is running low on troops. And I disagree with these casualty figures that were being bandied about. We have to be very careful with those numbers because both the Russians and the Ukrainians are manipulating the numbers. And I don't think we have an accurate read at all. And as for why Trump is talking about giving, so little in return or getting so little in return from Russia, with the original question, it's very simple. He's finally, I think, being given the briefing that, people like me have been trying to get in to brief these guys on. And I think he finally got it. And he saw that the Russians have all of the advantages right now on the ground. And we don't have the ability anymore to change that without seriously escalating. And that's not in anybody's interest here. An escalation of the kind that's being discussed, wherein Ukraine is given some kind of guarantee, either NATO or otherwise, that will lead to a much larger war, and that destroys the smaller state, no matter who wins that. And I don't think I think the objective here should be to preserve Ukraine as best we can, and that has got to be the lodestar here.
So, Michael, I want to put to you the prospect that perhaps if the US does decide that these negotiations are taking too long, it's no longer the US's priority, that this is going to land squarely on the UK and the EU's doorstep. One of the US's new lead negotiators, the Army Secretary Dan Driscoll, is an ally of Eurosceptic Vice President J.D. Vance. And let's not forget, Europe was left out of the original drafting of this deal anyway. Should Europe be worried that it's going to be the only ones left supporting the Ukraine here?
Well, Europe shouldn't resile from this. This responsibility is ours. It's on our continent. Europe should have stepped up a long time ago. Why are we constantly, begging the United States to get our fat out of the fire? Europe should have stepped up when the original invasion of Crimea took place. As I said, Hollande and Merkel and the British government, we should have helped to arm Ukraine then with the weapons that it wanted. We should have, pushed home on the Minsk agreement. We should have supplied the weapons Ukraine wanted, as I said earlier, much earlier, instead of dribbling them out. And we should have increased our own defence expenditure. And we should probably have, charted, I said, a better form of partnership with those countries that are actually outside NATO, so that they had some kind of cover. And we should now pick up the pieces. I think one of the reasons Putin invaded Crimea and the southeast of Ukraine is he saw the Europeans' heart wasn't really in Ukraine. We weren't investing in it. We didn't really consider it as a proper European country. We should accelerate Ukraine's membership now of the European Union. We should invest in Ukraine. We should do everything we can to grow a really strong economy there, a really successful society there after the war has come to a ceasefire. And we should, that should now be our investment. So yes, the responsibility should now fall on Europe and should have been taken up by Europe a long time ago.
If I could just pick you up on that. You were Defence Secretary, part of the governmental apparatus during the Crimea invasion and annexation. So when you say we should have, why didn't the government do it at the time?
Well, we lost the argument. I argued strongly that we should have supplied some of the weaponry that Ukraine wanted in the summer of 14. But it was a coalition government. The rest of the coalition was not in favour, and nobody was in favour. Obama wasn't in favour. Merkel wasn't in favour. Hollande wasn't. Nobody wanted to send arms down there. And I was told if we did that, we would provoke the Russians. To which I replied, the Russians were already there. It was far too late to consider that. But look, that was a mistake. And I think, people like John Kerry, who was involved, now recognise it probably was a mistake. That was the time, actually, to step up and to make clear to Putin that if he moved on from Crimea across the Donbass, then there would be repercussions. But Europe didn't do that. and we've simply got to do better next time. And that means, accelerating membership of the European Union for these weaker democracies on the edge of the European Union, getting them in, reviving their economies, investing in their infrastructure, and bringing them forward as fully fledged European nations.
Is entry to the European Union enough for Ukraine, Dr. Mereshko?
Yes, we're grateful for the support provided by the European Union. It's tremendously important, especially right now. But,
But is it enough without the US?
Well, of course, it would be much better if the United States would continue to provide us with weaponry. Yes, but right now Europe is ready to help us by financing buying weaponry from the United States. Sorry, by buying weaponry from the United States. I think it's a win-win situation for both Europe and the United States, because Europe understands that Ukraine is fighting for Europe. If we fail, Russia will reestablish its hegemony over Europe. And in the final analysis, the US will have to fight to send the boots on the ground, and the history will repeat itself. And the only guarantee against this is our fight. I don't know, I hear now and then these excuses that it's about escalation. To me, it's a myth about escalation. We already have full-fledged, full-scale escalation, or we don't have enough weaponry for you. We continue to fight for only one reason, because we know that if we stop fighting, we'll be finished. We'll be just exterminated. We'll stop to exist. We have no choice. It was not our choice. And we will continue to fight no matter what. We don't trust that Putin will agree to to spare us. We don't believe in this. And it's up to you, it's up to the Western world to decide whether you support us by providing help. We're not asking you to fight instead of us. We're not asking American troops to be on our ground, but you can do a lot. You can do a lot to help us to defeat Russia. It's very close. It's maybe even closer than you think. But you can do it, or you can just observe it, how we're fighting and bleeding. It's your choice.
Unfortunately,
Brandon?
I don't believe that the United States needs to be in a war with Russia, and I don't believe it's in my country's interests to view it the same way that the Ukrainians are viewing it. Yes, against Ukraine, the Russians have escalated. Ukraine is not a member of NATO. It's not even a member of the EU. It is mind-boggling to most Americans, myself included, that we are somehow now going to have to risk actual escalation with a nuclear-armed power like Russia over Ukraine. It is not in our country's interest to do this. It's just not. I would recommend negotiate now and get a deal. Get a deal now. And in terms of, Ukraine joining the EU, that is certainly the prerogative of Kyiv. And if that's something that they believe will benefit their country, then good luck and God bless. But personally, I don't even think the EU is viable much longer. It's a spent economic force. I would be doing bilateral deals with Western countries rather than trying to get into the EU, which is just this gigantic bureaucratic mess. But that's just my personal opinion.
That could be a debate for another day, Brandon.
Of course it could. Yes,
we might pick up, and I can see
We're
Michael.
ready to continue this debate.
Sorry?
We're ready to continue this debate as long as it takes.
And we will indeed. Now, we're almost out of time, so I want to move us on to our final segment when we look specifically at President Zelensky. This deal that's on the table asks more compromises of Ukraine than it does of Russia. And that puts President Zelensky in a very difficult position. How much of a compromise are the Ukrainian people willing to accept? And another complicating element for the president is the recent corruption scandal in Ukraine. His former business partner and 2 government ministers have been caught up in the bribery scheme. So, Dr. Mereshko, President Trump appeared to again question the legitimacy of Zelensky's presidency, putting leadership, the word leadership in inverted commas, in a Truth Social post. How damaging has this scandal been for President Zelensky and his ability to negotiate on the global stage?
Well, first of all, any scandal, including corruption scandal, is damaging in itself. We understand this. But, you know, paradoxically, it's a proof that Ukraine is effective in fighting corruption. You know, you cannot imagine in, for example, authoritarian regimes in many countries when no one is above the law. In Ukraine, yes, we have truly independent anti-corruption, anti-graft agencies which bring to justice even ministers, members of parliament, and so on. And no one is above the law. So corruption scandals can happen, and they happen and will happen in democratic societies, unfortunately. But the key question is how you cope with these corruption scandals, how you fight corruption. And Ukraine gives example that we're effective in fighting corruption. And I hope that other countries will follow this example also. There is no cover-up. Luckily. So, but of course, you know, our enemies will use this as an argument against Ukraine. But, you know, this corruption scandal is about kickbacks. It's worth emphasizing. It's not about stealing Western aid or American aid. It's not about it. Yeah, but we are determined to continue to fight against corruption for a very simple reason. It's in our best interests to do it.
So, Michael?
Well, look, you're right. There is corruption elsewhere, of course. And there's a lot of corruption in Ukraine. There always has been. But there are corruption in a lot of countries. There's corruption in neighbouring countries. We've got a French president in jail for corruption. There might even be corruption in the United States. I have no idea. Brandon will enlighten us.
There is significant corruption. Yeah.
But maybe there is corruption there as well. It's how you deal with it. But let's come back to your question. All the pressure now clearly is going to be on President Zelensky. And he faces a pretty unenviable choice. Between coming to a ceasefire that involves some kind of surrender of territory, and he has to justify that to his people. But the alternative is to go on fighting a war that he simply can't win. Now, the problem, and Alexander was quite right, we have done a lot to help Ukraine not lose this war. Both Europe and the United States have poured in money, have poured in weapons. Some of it too late, yes, but we've done only enough to stop Ukraine losing. What we've not been able to do is to assist Ukraine to win. Ukraine can't now win this war, can't get rid of all those Russian occupiers from the Donbass, and therefore President Zelensky, sadly, is going to have to come to some kind of compromise and then do the hardest thing of all, which is somehow to find a way of selling it to the Ukrainian people, in particular, to the armed forces and those who've lost loved ones in the war itself. That's going to be pretty hard.
Dr. Mereshko, can the president sell it to the people? Can he sell this deal? Would accepting it be political suicide for Zelensky?
Yes, our people are determined that so-called red lines should never be crossed. I will just remind these red lines. They are in our constitution and in principles of international law. First of all, territorial integrity. Second, sovereignty. Third, our security guarantees. And actually talking about peace plans, I think we should return to a quite reasonable peace plan put forward by President Trump himself. I'm talking about his idea about unconditional ceasefire and after that starting negotiations. I think that's under the circumstances, that's the only reasonable plan. And we should return to this plan and to stick to it.
Brandon, do you think the timing of this peace proposal is a bit conspicuous? Is it that Russia is taking advantage of this corruption scandal, this potential to weaken Zelensky's position and using that for their advantage to curry favour with the US?
Well, they might be, but ultimately the fact of the matter is that the United States has a president who wants to do a deal. And they've been working on this pretty much since Trump got into office. So, I mean, the timing probably is, yes, being exploited by Moscow. But look, at the end of the day, the Russians really don't have to negotiate if they don't want to. So the fact of the matter is that we need to start coming to the table now, because I do think the reality on the ground is such that the Russians will start running the tables very soon if we don't get a deal. And I think the real reason that Putin is even coming to the table is because he wants to do business deals with the Americans to develop the rare earth minerals, for instance, in Russia. So this is sort of a, an olive branch. But ultimately, the Russians have the dominant position on the ground as of now, and that is not likely to change. And I would just like to push back. I'd just like to push back on the idea that the United States in particular wasn't giving enough aid over the years to the Ukrainians. I disagree, and I would remind everybody, notably, that the first Trump administration gave a lot of aid to the Ukrainians, and it's not enough because you're going up against a juggernaut next door in Russia, and they're going to keep doubling down, and they've got the population base, and their economy is not as bad as everybody in the West is saying. They have been able to make that economy self-sufficient because of the rare earth mineral, natural gas, and oil resources there. They've been able to leverage that and build a war machine, and we're not. We haven't yet, and I doubt we will be able to soon build a war machine that can do what's going on in Ukraine.
So, Michael, do you think the corruption scandal that domestically has taken hold in Ukraine is weakening Zelensky's position, weakening his ability to be able to strongly negotiate a better deal for Ukraine?
Yes, probably, because obviously he's looking to his own future. He's looking to the difficulty of selling any agreement to the Ukrainian people. So it's obviously making it much tougher for him. But I don't think that gets you away from the fundamentals. Nobody else has a better plan than this. That there's got to be some kind of ceasefire agreement.
We are out of time, and we actually lost Dr. Merezhko just before we were about to wrap up. So I do apologise to him and to our audience for that connection issue. Obviously, electricity, internet, very temperamental in Ukraine, but we really do appreciate Dr. Alexander Merezhko's time here on the panel, Ukrainian MP who heads the Foreign Affairs Committee of the Ukrainian Parliament, and to our two remaining guests. Thank you both for being with us here on Counterpoints. What a fascinating debate and a really interesting time for geopolitics. Brandon Weichert, Senior National Security Editor at the National Interest, and Sir Michael Fallon, former British Secretary of State for Defence between 2014 and 2017. Gentlemen, thank you for being with us on Counterpoints. And to you at home, thank you for tuning in to this episode of Counterpoints. To keep up to date with our latest interviews and debates, be sure to subscribe to Al Arabiya English on YouTube. And of course, follow us on X and TikTok. We'll see you next time.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts, or social movements,
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Al Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Lisbon. Here's what you can see, eat, and do in Europe's most scenic capital, Lisbon. First on the list, Fado. Melancholy will always be a part of the Portuguese psyche, and Fado is the way it is best expressed. Lisbon's profoundest passions and sorrows are heartfelt in Fado, which are haunting strains of which can be heard throughout the city. Fado music interprets saudade, an emotional and heartfelt yearning that's sung over mellow guitar tunes. The most popular icon of this type of musical expression is Amália Rodrigues, who was born in Lisbon and is known as the Queen of Fado. Her contributions in music were instrumental in popularizing Fado to the world. Simply dining in one of the many restaurants in Lisbon that stage live Fado performances will give you the experience you need. Next are the neighborhoods. The neighborhoods in Lisbon have very distinct personalities, each with a unique history. The oldest one is Alfama, a Moorish quarter. The maze of narrow cobbled streets and steep alleyways that surround the castle conjure up images of an Arabic Kasbah. There you will find elegant shops, historic cafes, and chic restaurants. You won't fall short of festivals to attend in Lisbon. In June, the capital celebrates St. Anthony's Festival, also known as the city's biggest and brightest street party. Thousands of locals come in colorful costumes, parading down Avenida da Liberdade in honor of their favorite saint. And then, of course, there's the Nós Alive Music Festival, which lasts for 3 days. Then there's the Superbox Super Rock concert program, which takes place in Parque das Nações. Finally, there's the food. In Lisbon, food is affordably cheap, but intensely delicious. They always serve a dish of the day, or prato do dia, and can be considered among the cheapest in Europe. Being a seafaring nation, fresh fish and seafood are of course staple in most restaurants. The cod or bacalhau is a must-try. Lisbon's Mediterranean cuisine involves Brazil, Mozambique, and other ex-colonies spice up the ethnic menu. It's time for us to go! Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
Our allies in many cases are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was chief of staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story. Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News Extra, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya studios. These are our top stories. Trump says there's a good chance a peace deal can be made after US-Ukraine talks in Florida as Zelensky meets Macron in Paris. British SAS soldiers are accused of war crimes in Afghanistan as an ex-officer gives evidence during an ongoing inquiry. And British MP Tulip Siddiq, the niece of ousted leader Sheikh Hasina, is given prison time in Bangladesh over corruption allegations. Now, Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky is in Paris today as peace talks continue to end the war. It follows a weekend of meetings between the US and Ukraine in Florida, which US Secretary of State Marco Rubio called productive. Speaking on board Air Force One, President Donald Trump says there's a good chance a deal could be made. Take a listen.
A lot of people are being killed. Last month, we had 27,000 people killed in that ridiculous war that should have never happened. It would have never happened if I were president. Ukraine's got some difficult little problems. They have some difficult problems. But I think Russia would like to see it end, and I know Ukraine would like to see it end. There's a good chance we can make a deal.
To discuss this and all of today's stories, I'm joined by Managing Director of This is Dubai, Michael Jabri Pickett, and Al Arabiya's senior presenter, Rawia Alami. Rawia and Michael, great to have you with us today. Thank you. And I just want to talk about, there's been a lot of diplomacy going on when it comes to ending the war. How do you think these talks over the weekend went?
Well, to be honest with you, we don't know much. We only know what came out in the statements, official statements of the different parties involved. We have the Europeans, we have the Ukrainians, and we have the Americans. Let's start with the Ukrainians. Now, the Ukrainians' tone was a bit cautious talking about these talks. Having said that, they did describe it, President Zelensky described these talks as very, as constructive, let's say, not very. Yet he said that there are a lot of sticky and tough issues that remain unresolved. He did say also that, you know, the Ukrainian delegation is coming back to Europe, and once they brief him on everything that went on during the talks, then he would decide on the next course of action. Yet there were sources close to the Ukrainian delegation that said apparently these talks were not easy at all. The Americans, they seem to be more optimistic. We just saw what President Trump said. He talked about a good chance of having a deal, even though he pointed out that Ukraine is dealing with some difficult problems, and he's referring to the corruption scandal. Marco Rubio also talked about good constructive talks, yet he also emphasized that what they are discussing is not just the end of the war, but to create a setup that would ensure Ukraine's long-term prosperity. So this is what we know so far. It depends on the next step. There are things to watch for in the next week. We have Witkoff and Jared Kushner are going to Moscow. This will be very telling. I think we should watch out or look out how involved Putin is going to be with them, basically talking to them or not. That's going to be very telling. Also, what happens on the ground in the battlefield next week is going to be very influential. As we saw in the past, during those talks, there were like an escalation from the Russians on the battlefield, and that also, of course, compromises the negotiations.
And Michael, let's talk a little bit about what we can expect this week. Raya just touched on it, but it's also good to say that Zelensky met Macron today in France, and I thought a line that came out from him was quite interesting. He says Ukraine's priorities are security guarantees and maintaining sovereignty. We know where Ukraine stands, but we're going to see Witkoff in Moscow with Jared Kushner and Vladimir Putin.
This is the moment we've all been waiting for, because I think the U.S. and Ukraine coming to a meeting of the minds and having a deal that they're both comfortable with, that doesn't seem like it's so impossible. The impossible part is taking Vladimir Putin's 28-point plan, bringing it down to 19, going into Moscow, and Steve Witkoff, Jared Kushner, as we know, they are not diplomats. They are not experienced, seasoned men who know what it is to talk about the relationship that has existed for so long between Russia and Ukraine, and also to be able to empathize when necessary about where the other country sits in the mind of the other leader. So they're going to be, Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff are going to be presenting Vladimir Putin with this peace plan, this 19-point peace plan. And that will be, tomorrow will be incredibly telling, because for the 45, 46 months of the war, we have not heard Vladimir Putin talk about, he doesn't go on social media, he doesn't talk too often to the media like Donald Trump does. So we don't know what he's thinking. And we don't, the sense, though, analysts have said, is that Vladimir Putin wants a surrender rather than a compromise. And when you're negotiating the end of a war, both sides are going to have to compromise.
And it's interesting because we're almost at a stalemate diplomatically. Like, we've seen a push for the last week really hard from the US delegation. We saw Ukraine agree to the framework of a peace plan last week. And it seems to be the difficulties are getting Russia on side, like you did say. And that's where it becomes really tricky. And we haven't heard from Vladimir Putin himself, but we've heard from Sergei Lavrov, who's, of course, within the Kremlin and very close to Vladimir Putin. And they don't want to move away from that 28-point framework, because they said that is basically what we agreed in Alaska. So it's going to be difficult to get them to the table. And I think the big question is, what leverage does the US have over Russia in order to make this happen?
Well, I would say the US has a lot of leverage. They just don't, they choose not to use it. We've talked about the billions in frozen Russian assets that are in G7 countries. There's 140 billion euros that are in Belgium. We also know that there is real sanctions that Donald Trump could levy that he's decided not to. And these are points that Donald Trump has talked about, certainly with the sanctions. He's talked about perhaps using them, but he's done that for months, and he hasn't lowered the boom like he could. And I think until he actually does something, I think Vladimir Putin feels comfortable sort of playing him.
I don't think, I completely agree with you. I don't think the Americans have sort of squeezed the Russians enough or as much as they could to basically secure this deal. But if we go back to a point that you mentioned, Michael, I think it's very important that both Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff are not seasoned diplomats. They don't have experience in that field. And even when, if you remember, Steve Witkoff was appointed as the envoy of President Trump, whether it be to the Middle East or to Russia, all eyebrows were raised that what does he know about these issues, let's say in the Middle East. But then again, at the end of the day, a peace deal, they were able to negotiate a peace deal in the Middle East, in Gaza, both of them, Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner, even though their background is more commercial. But then this is the strategy of the Trump administration in everything, in every diplomatic endeavor they're trying to do, especially ending wars and brokering deals between conflicting parties. They take the commercial deal making.
It's transactional.
Right, it's completely transactional. It worked in the Middle East, at least, well, theoretically so far. Let's say in the first phase of the plan, God knows what's going to happen
Aside
after.
from the 500, more than 500, what is it, Israel has broken the truce more than 500 times.
Yes.
Aside from that.
Apart from that, it still holds.
Exactly.
Okay,
it's creaking.
Exactly. From the perspective of their Trump administration and their goals, it's achieved. The goal is achieved. But from a diplomatic standpoint, would that really lead to a lasting peace, to a long-term prosperity, as Marco Rubio is talking about for Ukraine? Now, that is quite questionable.
And I do think that, you know, we're talking about sticking points and leverage, and I think that the main sticking points do remain these security guarantees and does remain the sovereignty of Ukraine. And I think this is where the Europeans have been really instrumental. We talk a lot about the Europeans. We talk about the coalition of the willing. We talk about just the coalition of the talking. They've done so much talking. But I actually think in this respect, they stepped up to the plate and they got that 28-point peace plan that Witkoff had agreed to, amended.
Yes.
And that seemed to have really favoured Russia if you looked at the original plan.
Yes.
So I think the hope now is that Witkoff and Kushner can go to Moscow and not sell Ukraine down the river, because Europe has managed to have some leverage on them. But I mean...
But then again, I mean, we have to remember that the Europeans have been sidelined and kind of left out of all of these talks. You know, that involve the Ukrainians and the Americans. Actually, some of the talks did not even involve the Ukrainians. Kaja Kallas had a statement saying that, you know, the Europeans feel very frustrated about this, yet they are confident that Ukraine will be able to stand up for itself, meaning will not accept
But they're
concessions.
still buying oil and gas from Russia, and this has been a big stain when it comes to Europe in this negotiating, because we know Donald Trump doesn't like these big blocks of countries like the EU. You know, he's made that pretty clear, and BRICS and loads of other things. And I think, you know, Europe, took a long time to step up to the plate. But like you say, Kaja Kallas, they're very frustrated, and they finally seem to have done something.
And I think it's because the European leaders, you know, Donald Trump throws things out of whack because he doesn't approach diplomacy in the traditional way, whereas all the European leaders would expect that the U.S. president would involve them in negotiations. And so when Donald Trump didn't, when he would have so many conversations with Vladimir Putin, or when he would berate in February the Ukrainian president in the Oval Office, the European leaders are left to wonder what's just happened. And before they could recover, they were already starting to be sidelined, where Donald Trump realized he would say, well, when he campaigned, he said, you know, first day in office, I'll solve this. If I was president, this war wouldn't have started. And so he has a very different approach that's so unconventional. And the European leaders are still trying to think in conventional ways. And that's left them by the side of the road.
Definitely, but all eyes will 100% be on that meeting and lines we get out of that tomorrow. So thank you for your thoughts on that. Let's move on to another story now. British special forces have been accused of committing war crimes in Afghanistan during the US-led coalition against the Taliban. A former officer has told an ongoing public inquiry that nothing was done despite it being widespread knowledge. And that's a story that we're seeing unfold today in the UK. It's been picking up steam over the weekend. Michael, how did this inquiry come about and what has it found?
So as a journalist, I'm going to say that this is a proud moment, I think, for journalists. This is what good journalism can actually do. This was the BBC documentary that was aired in December, I believe, of 2022. They had people looking at all of the records that the SAS had put forth, and then they had people verifying what was happening on the ground. And they didn't match up. There were too many instances where people were being captured and then going for grenades or going for a weapon. And then when they would look at what the forensic photographs, things just wouldn't match up. The number of dead with the number of weapons. And a little bit deeper dive, they realized that between 2010 and 2012 in Helmand province, there were too many nighttime raids where too many people had turned up dead that should not, in SAS headquarters thinking, they should not have died. And that led to the government opening up this inquiry, and some more information has just been released over the weekend where some of the men on the record talking without their names, talking about what it is that they experienced and what they thought was actually happening and how it was probably illegal in their minds.
Yeah, definitely. So it's been quite interesting, hasn't it? Because we're hearing from people, SAS, who were actually in Afghanistan at the time this happened, almost breaking ranks and talking about what they experienced. It's quite rare knowledge, actually, for us to have access to. But Rawiya, what about the concerns that the chain of command ignored the red flags that were happening? Now, this is a big part of the inquiry because, as we know, if you are in a regiment, your commands come from your higher up, and that's how it always works.
Exactly. The concerns are real. And there is evidence that it was brought up to the highest commander of that unit, yet nothing was done. But before I go into the details, we have to just make it clarify or make it clear that this is just an inquiry. It's not a criminal investigation, as we were speaking before the show. So nobody is going to be convicted and nobody is going to basically be held responsible. Now, to my brain, then, okay, what's the point of this if it's not going to stop such behavior in the future? Well, anyways, it's better than nothing, definitely, to probe into this. Maybe, change some of the rules and regulations of engagement. There's, tighter constraints, not just on officers and soldiers, but on the commanders as well. Anyways, that's left for the inquiry and its results. But when it comes to the concerns that commanders knew about this and did nothing. Apparently, the chairman of this inquiry, who is a senior judge, he said that his inquiry has heard previous concerns from British soldiers about this. And they were speaking specifically even about, during those raids, as you mentioned, Michael, they were killing any fighting age male, even if it was a teenage boy. They were killing them. So basically, there was one specific officer. They even, because they cannot expose their names, they named him NY466. He was at the time the assistant chief of the staff of Chief of Staff for Operations in the UK Special Forces headquarters, and he actually brought evidence and brought it up to his commander at some point, yet the commander did not consider a criminal action. He only ordered a review of the operational tactics. So he also then, I think he brought it up to the military police in 2015, going forward, reaching up to this inquiry. So apparently, commanders knew, or at least they had suspicion. Nothing was done about it, at least from the information that we have and the evidence presented. Yet, again, as we were talking, off air, this is a very sensitive issue when it comes to your country's military forces that are putting their lives on the line defending this country. You cannot just, serve accusations and throw accusations at them.
Yeah, of course. And, we talk about the names of the officer who did come out and speak, and he's still called N1466. It's SAS, it's Secret Services, it's highly confidential, redacted information. But, we talk about a reckoning, and I think that this inquiry is a reckoning in some ways for people to realise that there needs to be fundamental changes. But also, it's reputation. We talk about people putting their lives on the line for their country. British forces have some of the best reputation in the world, and this has to be damaging to some extent.
It does have to be damaging, and I think getting back to the idea of good journalism, much to your point about making sure that there's a record, and it's one of the things that we do as journalists is we need to keep an official record. And it is important when you're going into combat that you are keeping your troops accountable. Even if you're not naming names, you're also sending the message that there is a proper way to operate.
Yeah, definitely.
And I think that there are reputations that are at stake, but I also believe that when you hear Americans talk about the relationship that they have with Canadians and also with the SAS members, they speak incredibly highly of them, and there are certain groups within certain countries' militaries that their reputations are a little bit more impressive.
And I think SAS is one of the most highly reputable, unless we get into the forces that are above them that no one really speaks about. But I also wonder what this means for the people of Afghanistan, because their country went through so much. We're talking about UK forces in Afghanistan. We're talking about US forces. Things were really difficult for them. So maybe an inquiry like this can give them some sort of peace of mind that if anything was to happen in the future, there has been a little bit of accountability for those people who went through a lot too, just the normal civilians. We're not talking about the Taliban, we're talking about, our normal civilians in Afghanistan.
The Afghans, in recent history, the British, the Americans, but if you go a bit further, the Soviets as well.
Of course.
They did.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, it's definitely good for the Afghans. Some kind of, as you said, reckoning, some kind of them at least getting some of their rights at least to. Because
I think what does happen is once this inquiry is finished, you do probably, if the inquiry finds that there was unlawful actions taken, and extrajudicial killings did take place, you probably then have, the UK government apologizing to the people of Afghanistan, if not to the government themselves. And those things, again, for the record, those things do matter.
No, thank you so much for your thoughts on that. Let's move on now to another story. And the UK MP, Tulip Siddique, has been sentenced to 2 years in prison in Bangladesh over corruption allegations. She was found guilty of influencing her aunt, ousted Bangladeshi Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina, to secure lands on the outskirts of Dhaka. Siddique, who lives in London, rejected the claims and is unlikely to serve the sentence. Rauya, this has been a really interesting story that we've been seeing bubble away in UK politics for a really long time. And let's talk about what the latest is, because we had some news out this morning.
Yes. Well, Tulip Siddique is a British Labour MP. She still is. She's the former Treasury Minister. And as we explained, she was sentenced to 2 years in prison on the charge that, she was found guilty of corruption, basically for influencing her aunt, because she is the niece of the ousted Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina, that she influenced her to buy a piece of land, a plot of land for her family, namely her mother, who is the sister of Sheikh Hasina. So we were talking earlier, and Michael, you brought the point correctly that why the two sisters need the niece to, you know, as a mediator between them, and that's a good point. But anyway, so this is the situation. The Sadiq responded to this, and she said she denied all the allegations. She actually named the trial or the court as a kangaroo court, and she said that she was basically collateral damage in a political context where so many cases have been brought against Sheikh Hasina, against any of her associates, and against her family members. If you remember when the sentence of Sheikh Hasina, which is death penalty, basically came out a few weeks ago, and we talked about it on this show. At the time, we talked about the tribunal that tried her, and probably it is the same tribunal that is basically now issuing this verdict and this sentence against Tulip Sadiq, that it is basically a political tool that Sheikh Hasina set up to persecute her opposers or her opponents, and now it is being used against her. So this is basically they're framing it, the family is framing it as political persecution, nothing more.
And also, Tulip Sadiq, I've known for a long time, coming from the UK and covering the political scene there. She was really up and coming in the Labour Party and in UK politics. She's still the MP for Highgate. So she
and Hampstead.
And Hampstead, so resigned from her cabinet job. I feel somewhat like, what is her future in government and in politics? Yes, Sheikh Hasina is her aunt, but now she's got these links, and it's not a good look for reputation or anything like that.
So I would say that for most people it would not be a good look, but based on the way that Tulip responded today, I think that she has still a bright future. She handled herself incredibly well. I think from all the do's and don'ts of a PR recommended response, she was incredibly powerful. She was passionate. She addressed all of the issues. She laid out her plan. She said, I've hired a solicitor here. I've tried to hire a solicitor in Bangladesh. He went to the court. He was intimidated. I'm easy to find. They very easily...
I work in the Houses of Parliament every day.
Yeah. They very easily, the government of Bangladesh could have sent along documents that were required for her. She said... Tulip Sadiq said that the only way I know about this is through the media. And she went point by point. And I thought she did a passionate job, as well as an incredibly informed job. She didn't come across as though she was being defensive. I thought she handled it well. So I think her future is still bright. And I would also say, and maybe this comes across as inappropriate, but that's okay. I will go down that road. I don't know that the Bangladesh legal system right now has the best reputation, and I think that some of Tulip's accusations rang true.
It's political point scoring. Some people would argue right now in Bangladesh, after we see Sheikh Hasina sentenced to death. She's obviously in exile in India, and we know Tulip Sadiq now has been sentenced to 2 years. But it's become an interesting case, because what does this mean for the relationship between Britain and Bangladesh? I think there's concerns about what could come next, Rawiya, because we heard some prominent lawyers in the UK actually write a letter to the government in Bangladesh regarding Tulip Sadiq.
We're yet to see how that is going to affect the relationship between the two countries. But if we look at their reactions in the UK, well, it looks like that, you know, they support Sadiq. First of all, there is no extradition treaty between the two countries, so the sentence is unlikely to be enforced in the UK. Also, the Labour Party has stated that they cannot recognise the judgment and the verdict because they have concerns about how fair the trial was. And then we have a bunch of lawyers, including ex-ministers, including Cherie Blair as well, who's also a lawyer. They all signed an open letter, sent it to the Bangladesh government, saying that they have real concerns about the fairness of this trial, and they called it artificial as well. So, and she remains in her office as a Labour MP. So I doubt that's going to affect, I agree with you that it might not affect her future at all in the UK. it might affect, I think, the relationship between the two countries, considering the new regime and how it's trying to, persecute the ousted prime minister and everybody associated with her.
But let's see what happens, because I also agree with you, Michael. We haven't really heard much from Tulip Siddiq. She came out today confident in her defence, always denying the allegations. And I'm sure it's not the last we hear of the story. But thank you for your thoughts on that. Let's move on now. Airbus operations are returning to normal today after announcing the modification of most of its A320 fleet. The European plane maker has been plagued by safety concerns, including a recent mid-air incident on board a JetBlue aircraft. Shares in Airbus were down 2.1% in early trading in Paris today. Michael, early trading, I don't know, they might have changed a little bit at the close, but this has been such an interesting story because Airbus did this humongous recall, 6,000 planes, that's massive, and it seemed quick and necessary, and it seemed to be over before we even knew it had happened.
You're absolutely right. I mean, I was doing some research on it, and I couldn't find the updated story because it had all worked as smoothly as you could possibly imagine. That, and we know this from a journalist point of view, that sometimes the build-up before the event is bigger. And then once the event happens, you go, well, it went as according to plan. There's nothing to cover. There's no news. Yeah. And for Airbus, it was spectacular. I think that they got ahead of the story. They recognized, because of this incident on October 30th, that there's something that had to happen. They, as you said, the recall, the biggest recall in Airbus's history, and 6,000 planes were affected, the A320. But they also, we don't expect this from corporations. We don't expect corporations to say there was a small issue that we need to address, and so it's going to affect stock prices, 2.1% you said. But I think it did something that's in the long run even better, which is it will have boosted consumer confidence as well as the clients who are purchasing Airbus to know that even if there is the potential for catastrophic financial implications, the company is making the right decision. And that has to make everybody who's flying on an Airbus, especially, I wonder, if we look at Airbus's main rival. Boeing, over the past 7 or 8 years, has had some really bad publicity, and they haven't handled that very well. And I wonder if that helped Airbus see that there's a different way forward, and that's the path they took today.
Actually, some journalists, they actually commented that they actually learned from the Boeing experience. Airbus did, and that's why they handled this, as you said, much better, in a much more efficient way. And it was over, as you said, before we knew it.
Yeah, barely knew it had happened.
I mean, it just took
just took a few hours.
Aside from maybe 100 or so, it took just a couple of hours.
Yeah, and I do agree because, we talk about Boeing and the 737 MAX, and that has been plagued by disaster. It really has. And, it does make people more and more anxious.
Hundreds of people lost their lives because of the plane crashes. While in this case, they actually tried to handle a problem before it happened because there was no guarantee that that's going to, but they updated the systems just in case.
And it's fascinating because 6,000, unprecedented recall when it comes to Airbus. No amount of planes that size have ever been recalled. And it was over within a few days, a limited damage really to people going on their vacations. But Rawiya, let's talk about solar flares. Solar flares, actually. Really, how could they intervene with aircraft software? And how vulnerable is the modern jet that we would get on a lot, actually, if we think about it?
Well, I'm not a space weather
Me neither. Sorry, I feel like people are watching this thinking they have no idea.
I know. I didn't realize that solar, rays can actually do this to a plane. But apparently, from what I understand, what happened is that in October, the plane we were talking about, it was JetBlue A320 jet plane, basically, suddenly dipped the nose. So what happened was that during that time, there was a burst of intense solar activity that actually hit the aircraft with very high energy particles, okay? So what happened is that these particles, they caused a glitch in the computer system. It's called, the glitch is called, there's a term to it, a bit flip. So basically what happened is that the jet's key flight controller computer had the glitch, and therefore it corrupted very important data. So with the bad data, when the bad data was processed by the computer, the computer thought that the plane was stalling in mid-air. So in order to save it from falling, you basically, from physics, you dip the nose and you leverage the gravity basically to regain momentum and then, fly up again. And that's exactly what happened. There was nothing wrong with the plane, but the computer read it in that way. Now, the thing is that as you mentioned, Michael, some of the planes, the newer planes, they just needed a software update, while the older planes needed hardware replacement, new computers. The thing is that the new planes, they have multiple computer systems, and these computer systems, they cross-check each other. So therefore, if there's a glitch naturally in one of them, then the other computers will override them. And then you have also the ability of the pilot to override the entire computer system of the plane. And that's exactly what happened on this flight, that the pilot noticed that they were going for a nosedive for no good reason, and therefore he overrode the autopilot, and he took control of the plane and flew it up again.
Nerves of
steel.
But
that could happen. They are trained for that, apparently, for exactly
well,
that.
I would hope so, yeah.
For exactly that.
Yeah.
And that's actually, it makes me feel that probably, being a pilot is not a job that's going to be taken over by AI.
Well, you can't...
Because of these situations.
Yeah, well, you can't just sit on autopilot. Literally putting it into context, that over.
Or having the pilot at home sort of flying the plane through a joystick.
I mean, you do have, I have friends who are pilots, and they'll talk about, you do sit there, but the plane does do an awful lot of the flying on its own.
But you're there for emergency, and you have to have nerves.
You're there for such situations, exactly. I mean, if the pilot did not take over the system, they would have crashed. They're nose-diving to the ground, basically.
It's so interesting, isn't it? Because it's always just a glitch in the matrix, and that's what they try to sort out there. But like we said, over and done. Done. Best PR stunt ever. Anyway, it's that time of the show where Michael and Rawiya share their stories of the day. And Michael, we're going to go loop back to Donald Trump, because what's news without Donald Trump? And what's happening with this MRI scan?
Donald Trump has this amazing skill that he can take a health checkup and turn it into a bit of a news story. And there's a little bit of drama there. And I think it's because of his time as a reality TV star. He did it for about a decade. And I think he recognized that there was always value in the cliffhanger. There was always value in having people tune in next week. And so what he's said, and I would ask, if you didn't know this was a health checkup, and he said, I'll release it. If you want it, I'll release it. Now, he was talking about his MRI scan and about his health checkup in general. And the White House wouldn't say why he had an MRI on which part of his body. He said he didn't know which part of his body had the MRI. In fact, he even went so far as to say, I don't know, but it was perfect. Which, of course, with Donald Trump, it would be perfect.
Of course.
But we do know, for instance, that the cardiac imaging is normal. He is in excellent health, and there's no evidence of arterial narrowing, which I assume is the arteries leading into the heart to make sure that everything is pumping as it should be pumping, and we can all rest assured that Donald Trump is in tip-top.
So just before we came on air, we got those news that no evidence of arterial narrowing, as he said. Cardiac imaging was normal. He's in excellent condition. But
and that's why we're talking about it.
Yeah, but I want to say something. Donald Trump is nearly 80 years old.
And he's a man who loves his McDonald's.
And he's 79.
Right, and Cokes and fizzy drinks. And
it does not look like he's in the gym very often.
No, actually, he has an aversion to sports generally.
I don't know, but for me, I look at Donald Trump, and I don't think he sleeps. He works all the time. He must be...
he's on social media all the time.
But he must have something going on. He travels the world. He's always holding
pretty good
meetings.
style.
He's got serious stamina, Donald Trump.
That's true.
I do think he does.
But if I remember correctly, there was an article last week in one of the American newspapers, one of the big ones, probably New York Times or Washington Post. They were talking about, sources are saying that he had slowed down.
Oh, for sure he has.
Definitely slowed down.
He's probably just slowed
shorter
down
days, less hectic work schedule. They were talking, quoting sources because of his age. But he seems to be, for his age, in excellent
Well,
health
maybe he's
condition.
just slowed down to, like, normal, what we're used to, not Donald Trump level. But we've got to move on. Go on, Michael, quick.
Well, I was just going to say that at 79, you can't be in front of the media for 15 minutes every day and people not able to dissect the good and the bad.
Yeah, like everyone has a slow day.
Absolutely.
Monday.
Not even 80. I mean, if you're 50.
Sometimes we all have bad-looking ankles.
Yeah.
Or bruises.
Yeah, normal. And I want to talk about yours because Rauya, I wonder if someone is fading Donald Trump cake, but that's not the story. Yours is about a viral video involving an influencer being fed cake at a cafe.
Not any cafe as well. It's
Louis
a Louis Vuitton cafe. But as you can see, actually, in the video, yes, his bodyguard is feeding.
I thought you were going to say his body.
Cake. No. But he's drinking by himself, which is quite surprising.
I like that. He picked up the matcha.
I know. Now, the Post says that he is Jack Ma's son, the richest man in China.
Yeah.
But if you read the comments, everybody was saying this is not Jack Ma's son. Jack Ma's son is in his 30s, and the entire family is usually extremely low profile because they're afraid he would be, kidnapped for ransom and all that. And they were criticizing, obviously, that he's just an influencer who does luxury content. They do that only for, for reach and for followers and likes and all of this. I mean, whoever is interested should read the comments. I mean, they were hilarious.
And Jack Ma himself, quite an understated guy.
He is.
When it comes to big, rich billionaires, Jack Ma's one that you see very rarely, doesn't speak very much. So when I saw this video and said it was J Ma, one of the comments I loved underneath it is just like, what a sad life. Can you just imagine going into a restaurant and someone feeding? It's a bit sad, isn't it?
It is. It's absolutely sad. But I think that people are so desperate for their, as Andy Warhol said, their 15 minutes of fame or 15 seconds of fame. They absolutely will do anything so that the camera will be on them and they'll go viral.
Yeah, I mean, he's an example. He's one of many people that, the lengths they would go for followers, for likes, are just ridiculous. But I mean, this entire thing, people feeding you and stuff, I think it's just so against human nature. I mean, our intrinsic system of reward and happiness and the release of dopamine comes from achievement, from you doing things, not...
I don't know, Rauya.
He's very comfortable, but not necessarily very happy.
I don't know, I could be married to his dad and be fed cake, I must say.
I don't like cake.
Okay, all right. Anyway.
I'll be fed something else.
Okay. Thanks to our guests, Managing Director of This Is Dubai, Michael Jabri Pickett, and Al Arabiya Senior Presenter, Rauya Alami. And that's all from us on W News Extra. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel. Of course, follow us on X. Goodbye. Have a lovely evening. Thank you to our guests. Thank you.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
it can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
Hello and welcome to Global News Today, bringing you exclusive interviews with leading experts every weekday here on Arabiya English. I'm Tom Burges Watson. Coming up in today's programme, a weekend of talks in Florida between officials from the Trump administration and negotiators from Ukraine sets the stage for talks later this week in Moscow between US envoys and President Putin with the goal of ending the war in Ukraine. We ask what might be achieved during this pivotal week. Hello and welcome to the programme. We start with the war in Ukraine, where efforts to end the nearly 4-year-long conflict are still underway. The US Special Envoy Steve Witkoff is going to head to Moscow tomorrow for talks with President Vladimir Putin as part of a renewed push for peace. Well, President Donald Trump, for his part, says the talks have run into what he called corruption, but he said he is still optimistic there's a good chance that a deal can be struck. Well, his remarks came after talks between US and Ukrainian delegations over the weekend in Florida.
And they're going along well. We want to stop people from being killed. Last month, we had 27,000 people killed in that ridiculous war that should have never happened. Well, we have a corruption situation going on, which is not helpful.
And is that impeding the peace talks?
Well, I said it was going on for 3 years, right? Didn't I say it? For 3 years I said it, so I was way ahead of schedule. But I think that there's a good chance we can make a deal.
Meanwhile, the Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky arrived at the Élysée Palace in Paris earlier on today for talks with his French counterpart, President Emmanuel Macron. Well, this week has been described as a pivotal week for Ukraine and the diplomatic efforts to end the war. Well, let's get more now. We can speak to journalist Harold Hyman, who joins us now from Paris. Harold, thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us. President Zelensky is, of course, where you are in Paris today. He's been holding talks with President Macron. And on the one hand, we're hearing some European leaders sounding slightly excluded about not being part of certain key US talks. And on the other hand, I'm wondering how the Americans view talks between Zelensky and the Europeans. Do they find these sorts of talks complementary to or somehow obstructive to the US efforts?
It's exactly in between. There's a bit of a feeling, and this is what my French sources say, that in Washington, they're attempting to do their own thing, but they've given up on the idea of not bringing in the Europeans. So they sort of advance and then check what the Europeans are doing and see what they can take out of it, and then repackage their offer and continue like this. And the Europeans are getting quite good at playing this back and forth game because they chose early on not to face Donald Trump head on. If he decides to play solo, they say he is doing something very valuable and we will all confer afterwards. And this is working.
Do you think some in Europe are slightly confused about the approach taken to this issue and this sort of sometimes hot, sometimes cold approach he seems to have to Europe and its leaders on this particular issue?
Well, they're used to it, and they recognize one thing, is that Donald Trump has moved the goalposts. He's moved the goalposts, and this they were not able to do. And Biden was, in a sense, too much like them without being energetic enough. And Trump now is completely unlike them with their diplomatic traditions, but is willing to, tip over the game, the chess game. So they're taking advantage of the dynamism and trying to re-inject traditional diplomatic concepts like what is sovereignty and what is freedom of navigation, and shall we have a scenario of war trials after the war is over, which is a demand coming out of Kyiv. So they have become very expert at balancing this, but They have understood that Trump is one person, Rubio is a second, Witkoff is a third, and Hegseth is a fourth, and Jared Kushner is close to Witkoff. And with this sort of balancing act, they sort of see where the ball is going on this mini golf course and try to snatch the best situation and make it easier for Zelensky to demand things without insulting Donald Trump.
Yeah, it's tough, isn't it? Because you've got all these players on the US side, and you've mentioned them there, Rubio, Witkoff, Driscoll, Kushner, until recently Kellogg, many voices, some of them quite inexperienced when it comes to international statesmanship. And on the other side of the table, you've got this one consistent, seasoned voice and set of opinions. I mean, you've got Kirill Dmitriev / Vladimir Putin, I mean, absolutely in lockstep. And I'm wondering whether the Europeans find it slightly worrying that, you know, there are mixed messages on the Allied side, so on the European and US side, and very clear messages on the other side, and a mismatch, it would appear, in skill sets.
Well, I would say that the messages coming out of Moscow are not 100% clear. Putin speaks, and then Dmitriev meets with Witkoff, and there seems to be a dynamism which is not reflected by Putin himself. This may be a plan of the Russian side, but it forces everyone to calculate all the time. Now, on the American side, yes, this relative cacophony might actually be useful, because once again, the impression I get from the presidential palace here in France is that things were stuck and Trump unstuck them, but now we have to rein in the animal, so to speak, the animal of negotiations, so that it doesn't go everywhere, but it is free to move. And they're very happy about this. Plus, they're counting the square inches on the ground. So long as the Ukrainian army does not cede too much ground in the Donbass, there is a better bargaining position. And of course, the Russian side is just showering Ukraine with bombs in all directions, very heavily on Kiev and Dnipro, hitting so many civilians that this is hardening the European side, and even slightly hardening, or if you like, exasperating the American side, who would like things to go faster. Now, to go faster, do you push Zelensky into conceding more, or do you up the ante with Putin? This is the game which the Europeans wish they understood, and which Trump is playing, and Trump being very spontaneous while he's being very calculating on the long term. He knows he wants this war to end and money to be made on all sides, starting with the American side. Well, they just are redefining this skill.
Do you think a lot of people in Europe are worried about this sort of pushing for a quick deal in the fear that it's not going to be a very good deal, and it will be a deal that doesn't really have a long-lasting effect? Do you think that's something that European leaders are perhaps cautioning President Trump about?
Well, there you have one of the major points, is that they are worried that this will weaken their side. So they wonder every day whether the Ukrainian army can hold, which is why they've made these almost intangible promises to Ukraine. That France has promised to sell 100 Rafale jet fighters, but they won't see Ukraine for another year and a half. So Ukraine will still have to use the older model of French warplanes, which are Mirages, plus F-16s, plus Gripens, plus whatever they could get their hands on, plus their old Sukhois, which they've semi-hidden. So we're promising things to signal, we, the European side, are promising things to Ukraine to show Russia that this will not be a pushover game. But it's dangerous because, and really there is no other way that I can see, but it's still dangerous because it signals at the same time that Ukraine does not have enough planes and so forth. And the French are trying to give the biggest missiles they have, but we all in the NATO alliance have discovered how underarmed we were for this sort of war. And this is almost a reverse effect because Putin always said that NATO was a formidable thing and it had to be stopped. But it is not in its present configuration that formidable when it comes to Ukraine.
Now, Harold, I know you're in Paris, but let me draw on your knowledge of US politics, because certain comments from senior Republicans can be interpreted as showing some signs of cracks in the resolve of people in the GOP, people in President Trump's inner sanctum with regards to the approach. And a couple of the comments that I've picked out, Senator Mitch McConnell last week quite scathing about the effort, saying the United States is trying to be a neutral arbiter, which of course it is not. And then at the weekend, Representative Mike Turner of Ohio expressing concern that the plan is too pro-Russian and says you can't be America first and pro-Russian because Russia is a self-declared adversary of the United States. I'm wondering how significant you think these kind of voices are, and do you think there really are some quite serious splits in the ranks of the GOP in terms of the right approach to this issue?
There are splits in the GOP, that's quite sure, and the Europeans have chosen not to pay too much attention to them. It is Trump who must pay attention to them because these do not only translate into foreign policy, but there's a whole domestic policy cracking going on. So that, from the European standpoint, is Trump's problem. From the American standpoint, it works in a different way. Since there is pressure, since the old national security Republicans are now raising their head again and in defense of Ukraine, Trump has to move quickly so that this does not become a schism. And he doesn't need that schism, and he's about to face domestic schisms on other affairs like the Epstein file or the SNAP food benefits file. So, and also the ICE in the cities, the immigration police, which is not going down so well. At least it's certainly riling up the Democrats with some success and losing a lot of Hispanic support. So he's got to move quickly so that there are no cracks. And the Europeans more or less know this and say, well, if you want to move quickly, you'll have to move with regard to us. We will also be part of your acceleration. You cannot just throw a solution on our head because you have domestic problems.
Yeah, and Harold, last week, one of the domestic problems was that Bloomberg report that surfaced about Witkoff somehow coaching one of President Putin's advisors on how to sell the plan more effectively to President Trump. I mean, that generated some trust issues in the United States. What sort of an effect do you think it had on Europe and European leaders?
Well, for French leaders, they're accustomed to anything goes in Washington. So it didn't matter to them. They noticed all the way to the presidential palace. They noticed that, but they just brush it off to the press anyway. They're probably a little more worried behind closed doors, but it doesn't matter so much because Witkoff is sort of saying to the Russian side, if you want this to advance, here are the right things you should say to my boss. Okay, it's a very private enterprise, I guess, real estate technique, but it wasn't seen as complete treachery. I didn't get the impression that the French took this to be treachery, like we're double dealing, we're really coaching the Russians to appear like they're negotiating and we already have the result in our pocket. That's not the impression I got. And as for the other Europeans, I didn't see them diverge very much. Friedrich Merz of Germany sometimes deviates a bit. Keir Starmer doesn't really deviate, and no other European is really weighing in. I mean, the President Stubb of Finland is a loyal player in this, but he doesn't have so much weight. So for the moment, it's really what Macron thinks that counts, and his entourage just says whatever they want to do in Washington, we know where we want this to end up, and they may make a mess of the playground. We don't care.
Okay, and just lastly, Harold, to wrap up our conversation, what chance do you think there is of progress this week? I mean, it's being described as a pivotal week. We got Witkoff heading to Moscow during the course of the week. He's going to hold talks with President Putin. I mean, supposing President Putin doesn't compromise at all, he hasn't shown any signs he's going to up until this point, he sticks to his demands, then what happens?
Well, you have two scenarios. Putin doesn't move or Putin moves a little bit. So generally what he does is he says, I might move, and then he pushes the dates forward in the hope that maybe he will gain more territory. So in the last weeks, he's gained not quite the landmass of New York City with all 5 boroughs. So this is not enough to threaten the Ukrainian defense perimeter around Prokofsk completely, but it's bad. It's very inconvenient. So I think the Russians have not gone this far to simply say nothing. And I think there's a lock-in now. They're in the machinery, they are in the equation, they're in the game. And if they stopped cold, it would show. And they couldn't argue their way out of it. It would definitely be the blame on them. So this, I mean, we can only surmise, but the whole Western camp, Europeans plus the United States plus Turkey, they all pretty much agree on that, is that this is going forward and something must come out of it. And at the worst, in the European view, let's have a ceasefire. And in the American view, which is perhaps more realistic, let's go for an all-out peace in one shot.
Okay, we really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us and sharing your analysis. Harold Hyman, a journalist in Paris, thank you very much indeed for your time.
Thank you.
Well, let's get more now. We can speak to William Taylor, former US ambassador to Ukraine. He joins us from Kyiv, in fact. Thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us, Ambassador. Last time we spoke was about 10 days ago, and it was when the 28-point plan had just surfaced. And you seem to be saying at the time that it sounded like that plan, you seemed slightly incredulous about it, and you said it sounded like it was a plan that had been penned by Russia. What have we learned about that plan in the last 10 days or so?
I think we've learned that it was penned by Russia and then submitted to Steve Witkoff on the American side, who may have made some adjustments. And then, of course, we found out that it leaked, probably from the Russians, because we were having conversations, Tom, about the specifics of that 28-point plan, which, as you say, many people were incredulous about. That is, it was so slanted toward the Russians that I couldn't believe, many people couldn't believe that this was really a U.S. position. And it turned out it wasn't a U.S. position. So we've learned some things since then.
Right, and President Trump says it's been fine-tuned. I mean, do you think rewritten might be a better characterization?
He says fine-tuned, rewritten is probably a better characterization. And in particular, by Marco Rubio last weekend, where he pulled together Europeans and Ukrainians and got their input into the plan. And that seems to be what was being discussed in Florida yesterday, and I guess will be discussed with the Kremlin in the coming days.
Indeed, Ambassador, and those talks in Florida were described by Secretary of State Rubio as being productive, but he said that tough issues remain to be resolved. I mean, what tough issues do you think there are at this stage?
Clearly, territories is a tough issue. The Ukrainians don't want to give up legal claim to any of their territories. Indeed, they can't. They are not allowed to under their constitution. So they're not going to give up legal claim, de jure claim. They might, Tom, through gritted teeth, be willing to say that, to acknowledge that de jure, in fact, the Russians occupy 19% of their territory. They're not going to give up claim to that 19%, but they may acknowledge that the Russians are there temporarily, and they will try to get that back. That's one of the big issues. I imagine security guarantee is an important one, and the role of Europeans in that and in that security guarantee. And I think that's not an issue for the Russians. The Russians don't get a say about security guarantee, to include the Russians don't get a say about Ukraine's joining NATO at some point. So I think those are going to be interesting conversations between the Americans and the Ukrainians, and then soon the Europeans.
One comment I read was from Senator Mitch McConnell. And, you know, he's one of a number of people who've been somewhat critical of the approach to this issue. He said, a deal that rewards aggression wouldn't be worth the paper it's written on. America isn't a neutral arbiter, and we shouldn't act like one. Do you think there is an impression, and do you think perhaps the Europeans are seeing this as well, that the United States is trying to come across as being something of a neutral arbiter? And in fact, it isn't, is it?
It's not. It is not. One nation invaded another. That's very clear to us, very clear to the Europeans, very clear to the Ukrainians. It's clear to the Russians. So no, you cannot be neutral in that crime. That's a crime. And not to mention war crimes in association with that invasion. So yes, you cannot be neutral. Someone made the point that Neville Chamberlain did not get a peace prize for his actions. You're not rewarded by appeasement.
Right, and another comment I picked out, and I wanted to ask you about that, came from Representative Mike Turner of Ohio, another Republican, who's concerned about the Russian plan being too the plan being too pro-Russian, and he said that you can't be America first and pro-Russian because he said Russia is a self-declared adversary of the United States. Are you getting the impression that this issue is starting to do some domestic damage to President Trump?
I think it is clear that the majority of Americans, and probably the majority of Republicans within the majority of Americans, support Ukraine and oppose Russia. And they recognize what you and I just talked about, and that is the Russians are the aggressor. And the Ukrainians are trying to defend themselves. And so I think that is a widespread understanding among American people. As you've reported, there are 85 senators out of 100 who are supporting a big sanctions bill on Russia in support of Ukraine. So, yeah, I think the politics are clear.
Okay, and another thing that's happened since we last spoke was that leak by Bloomberg was published about how Witkoff had been coaching one of President Putin's advisors. That was very much downplayed by both Washington and Moscow. Was it a non-issue for you as well?
No, I think it was an issue. I think it demonstrated the attitude of Steve Witkoff, basically in support of the Russians, which is not America first, as the congressman said. That leak also showed that Witkoff prompted Mr. Putin to disrupt, indeed sabotage, a meeting that the United States, that President Trump was planning to have with President Zelensky. So this was not pro-America.
Right, and we're about to have this week the 6th face-to-face meeting between Steve Witkoff and President Putin. Some people think their rapport is a little on the cozy side. I mean, does that worry you?
It does. It does. Again, as we've just talked about, we're not neutral on this. The United States is not neutral. Steve Witkoff is more than not neutral. He's pro-Russian, it seems. When he talks to Putin, as you say, he's been there many times. He comes back and gives the Russian line, quotes President Putin, thinks President Putin's a fine guy, despite the fact he's an indicted war criminal. So I do worry.
And you're in Ukraine itself, and I would like to ask you what morale is like at the moment, because of course it's been a difficult time for Ukraine, not least the fact that they've been invaded. But I'm talking about in the past couple of days, there's been loss of ground on the battlefield, this ongoing corruption scandal, which has seen Zelensky's chief of staff have to resign. I mean, how much do you think all of that weakens Ukraine's hand at the negotiating table?
You know, in some sense, Tom, it actually increases the resolve of the Ukrainians. Yes, the Ukrainians are under pressure. When they're under pressure, they stiffen. They're stronger. President Zelensky is probably a little bit better off now than he was. Yes, he's lost a competent but controversial advisor, chief of staff. He has the opportunity now to put in some new people who may get along better with foreigners and may get along better with Ukrainians. Mr. Yermak was, as I say, competent but controversial. And so this may help him. And this corruption crisis, as you say, is also having the effect of demonstrating that there are some serious anti-corruption measures being taken by the Ukrainians.
Right, so you don't think it's purely mileage that can be used by the Russians?
The Russians will clearly use it. Absolutely they will, and are. But the Ukrainians understand, and I think Europeans, and I think Americans understand what the Russian game is. And there's support, as I say, as we talked about just a minute ago, support from the United States people, Senate, House, and from this administration. For the Ukrainians to stand up to the Russians, stop the Russians now before they get to the border of Poland.
Some comments that were made by NATO's most senior military officer, Giuseppe Cavodragone. I don't know if you saw his comments, but he said that under some circumstances, a preemptive strike on Moscow could be considered as an, and it's obviously something that has caused a lot of anger in Moscow. I don't know if you saw those comments, but what do you think he's got in mind here?
I saw a version of his comments. I didn't hear him say preemptive strike on Moscow. I heard him saying take proactive, even preemptive measures that might imply a willingness to shoot down some drones or even Russian aircraft if they were headed towards NATO airspace. That would be preemptive. Before they got into NATO airspace, that is, over Ukrainian territory, NATO might shoot them down if they were threatening to come into NATO airspace. That was what I took from his comments, not a preemptive strike on Moscow.
Okay, and just lastly, we've heard President Zelensky talking about bringing the war to a dignified end. I think those were his words. Knowing as you do the country you're in, Ukraine, what do you think a dignified end would mean for a Ukrainian?
A dignified end, I think, Tom, will be a sovereign Ukraine, an independent Ukraine, an independent Ukraine that is recognized in its internationally recognized borders, even if it's also recognized that the Russians temporarily are occupying part of their country. That would be a dignified. Marco Rubio mentioned something like that yesterday. A sovereign, independent, democratic, economically prosperous Ukraine, that would be a dignified end.
Okay, William Taylor, former U.S. ambassador to Ukraine. Thank you very much indeed for your time, sir. Let's get more now. We can speak to... Well, that is all we have time for on Global News today. Thank you very much indeed for watching. Be sure to join us again tomorrow for more exclusive interviews. Until then, goodbye.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
it can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
Here lies the homeland of the Khasi tribe, the largest remaining matrilineal society in the world. Its population is estimated at nearly 1 million people in India. Our travel team set out on a long journey. There, through small villages and narrow roads more than 2,000 kilometers from India's capital, New Delhi, to explore the nature of this unique society. We've arrived at Molinong village, or as its people call it, God's own garden.
मुझे बहुत अच्छा लगा यहाँ में.
I truly love this place so very much. I love it because it is a Maisi. In our community, everything, absolutely everything, is run by the women. For example, the household work and the farming, all of it is managed by the women.
घर और खेती बाड़ी और सब कुछ लड़की का ऊपर में.
We met Selsalitha, who told us more about being the youngest daughter in a family belonging to the matrilineal Khasi community.
Being in a matrilineal society is a privilege for us women. It gives us inspiration to do more and to contribute more to society. Us girls, we inherited the property of our parents and the business that our parents work also, like the business that they are currently working also, like we get that. Being the youngest daughter or being the only girl, here we get the privilege of getting all the property of the parents. So eventually you're gonna be rich because you need to inherit the lands, gold and everything. So yeah, maybe finding a good husband also. We get the help, get the support from the men also.
Even the surname also to our mother, like to the woman, not like other place in India.
Long ago, titles were passed down from the men. But out of fear that all our men might die in battle, which could cause us to lose our identity as a tribe, the tradition was changed after much thought. So the titles would pass through the women while the man would remain only the head of the household. After that, property also began to pass to the women.
The title goes to the mother. We don't come up so much. Other people know those who have the title to the father, they become rich. Because his man, he takes responsibility to make his family come up.
Here, women hold power, property and wealth, raising many questions about the men's role. How do they view the matrilineal system they belong to? And what part do they play in it?
The structure of the matrilineal society is still going on very good. Actually, we support it.
We have been following this system for a long time, like in this, like in Khasi, and then in this village also. For me, it's like we have been following this tradition, so it's okay for me.
The Khasi believe that daughters are the continuation of the family, which deepens the community's desire to have many girls, unlike most other Indian society. Zam, like Sui Tabor, challenge female dominance. He runs an organization calling for the return of men's traditional roles.
Men are not really made or born to be like that. They're born to lead, they're born to control, they're born to have authority on something. But he cannot be under authority of someone. So that itself hurts the ego of man. Till this date, as we have done some research, the lifespan of a general Khasi man is about 35 to 45 years age. Very low, because most of them die of desperation. Most of them die of irresponsibility, we call. So his roles, his responsibility, his dedication is dispersed.
For women here, choosing to remain unmarried carries no social stigma at all. Many do so proudly, taking comfort in their independence. And in this place, it is often the husbands who move in with them, joining their families and their homes, rather than the other way around. The Khasi community holds firmly to its historical roots and traditions deeply tied to nature. Some of its legends reflect this matrilineal spirit. On our journey, Cecilia takes us to the Molinong waterfalls. Legends tell of a widow named Kalikai who lived near one of the waterfalls in the Khasi region. She had a beautiful daughter. After her husband's death, people urged her to remarry, to ease her burdens. She did, to a selfish, cruel man. One day, while Kalikai was away from home, the husband killed her daughter and cooked part of her body. When Kalikai returned home and discovered the horrific crime, she collapsed in grief and ran to the edge of the cliff, leaping into the unknown. Her story became a symbol of women's independence in Khasi culture and their refusal to depend on men. There are many Khasi legends like it, yet they do not conflict with Christianity, which most of them follow today.
Some Christians being, like obsessed or possessed by, some spirit or demons, okay? Or they've got some kind of, we call tarot, some black magic happening to them. Then they resort to the help of the traditional people. So sometimes it becomes, we call it a little bit sacrilegious. Now it's less that Christian will participate in all Khasi traditional rituals, very less now.
In the village market, we met the merchant Trinity, who sells small decorative souvenirs. She is the head of her household and fully supports her family, while her husband stays home and takes care of the children.
Khasi society, women is the head of the house. Yes, actually I am very proud to be in Khasi matrilineal society. Because in our Khasi society, we have responsible, even we women also, we have responsible to take care of our household. Anything we can arrange or we can manage all things. Because in our society, women also has more power. But the youngest one we get more property. All the inherits from parents' side. All the young, only for the youngest one.
Out of the 100%, daughter will get like sample 70% and son will be 30%. More actually we give to the woman because actually we men, we can work hard, we can work more also. So for women, actually those who are not illiterate, who are not going to school, who are illiterate, so they cannot work. My wife, she's not totally Khasi. Her father is Assamese and her mother is Khasi. Actually, my wife, she take her mother's surname. She don't take her father's surname. Though he's a non-Khasi also, but still she taken the mother's surname.
Those who marry our ladies, they enjoy, in fact, more than 200% of benefits. Property goes to the ladies, so whoever marry our ladies get the property. And the business they do in their wife's name. This trend is going through a dangerous phase, that I'm saying. Because if we continue to go in this manner, then one fine day, we will not find pure Khasis anymore. Due to mixed marriage, Khasi blood will be diluted.
The social independence women enjoy here, this doesn't mean Khasi women have unlimited privileges or total freedom. Parents still worry when their daughters travel or move away.
They allow us to study only in like the city, but then like for like the sons, like they will allow them to go abroad also. Like they do find it okay with it. But then us, like in the other hand, like us, like for the girls' child, they are more protective and also more, like, you know, more strict with them. So like, you know, most of the family here, like they don't allow their child to study abroad or to pursue the career like outside of Meghalaya or something like outside of India. Maybe because they're like little protective of their child. That's the main reason.
Poverty also plays a major role in limiting choices and lifestyles, hindering higher education for many girls and boys alike.
Here, young men and women do the same kinds of work. In earlier generations, the wife stayed at home and the husband earned a living. But in our generation, things have changed. Men now do household work, and women take on men's roles.
अपना business अपना चलाते हैं आप.
In our culture, women can take part in any job they want. There is no discrimination except for the local Kasi council, the Durbar. Although titles passed to the women, the Durbar, which sets the rules, fell under local men's authority.
The Kasi community is deeply interconnected. Men and women participate together in all village activities, local celebrations, communal cooking, and sports that last from early morning until nightfall.
Most of the villagers here are farmers. So in farming we have to contribute both men and women, like they go together to the field also for the field work also. Like both men and women can give their idea for the betterment of the family and for the betterment of the society also.
Here the young men and women also participate the same role. Before, the older generation, the wife always stay at home and then the husband is the breadwinner. But then in our generation, things change, and then men do the household work and the women also do the men's work.
Everyone contributes and everyone shares the meal.
Today we are having this cleaning drive from Pongtung to Maulnong, which is 18 kilometers, and we are having all the way to Maulnong. And we are doing this each and every year. This is the 6th time we are doing this cleaning drive.
In 23, several local and international magazines named this village the cleanest in Asia, earning it national fame.
This is how we are doing the cleaning drive. And you can see the people are still cleaning and picking up the plastics, mostly the plastics. Right now we don't have any recycle plant in the village, but we are very grateful to the Shillong Municipal Board. We have to dump over for the plastics.
It has since gained recognition among other towns and villages as a model to follow. Cleanliness here is a sacred ritual, cherished by the Kasi people, from young children to grandmothers, keeping the entire village spotless through collective effort.
For now, we just clean the village. We can give some advice for the other people also. So this is our daily responsibilities, because it gives us health also if we clean the village. So other people also from the outside, the people from outside, so they will see us. They will get some advice from us.
They don't see it as routine work, but as a sacred, enduring part of their tribal life.
Most of the property right now, it's inherited by the youngest daughter, because they think that the youngest daughter will be the one who will be looking after the parents after they grow old. But then right now it's different. Some of them, youngest daughter, didn't have a good relationship with the parents, so the older daughter will look after the parents, right? So maybe the oldest daughter, the one who's looking after her parent, that daughter should be the one who inherit the property, right? I see in my areas also, the one who look after the parents after they're old, that one inherit most of the property, like golds and land and houses, because right now things have changed.
The art of weaving, living plant roots into bridges, is unique to the Khasi tribe. It was created to span rivers. The entire community works together to design, manage, and maintain each bridge. A process that takes more than a decade, shared across generations. The young people caring for these bridges today will walk across them in the future. It's believed these bridges can last for hundreds of years, but will the Khasi traditions endure just as long?
As the organization are trying our level best to fight this head on, so that we say, even if a foreigner, even if a male from another community marries a Khasi girl, they should not give the title of the Khasi. They should give the title of that Khasi male or that male from the other community.
Matrilineal society, it will be different afterwards, but then matrilineal process will still go on. But then I think that some of them will also, like, as I've seen now also, like some of my friends like inherited the father's title, their father's titles. But then I think that this will go on and on in our state. I think it will go on for ages, and there will be difference here and there. I mean, there will be difference in sharing property and in sharing like the power in the household and in the society.
Something we have to adjust with the modern society. Some a little bit we have to adjust. Like I think this system will go on.
Changes regarding to the culture, and then the way of livelihood, the way of eating, the way of literacy. Actually, it's almost totally changed compared to like the old ages, like long time ago.
We hope women will come forward to join the village Durbar. We will work hard together to bring change to our community. Women and men can work in all fields, and they will do it well.
Everything will be changed because of this technologies also, no? Everything will be changed, but in our heritage, it will be the same, remain the same.
I think this society will stay forever. It will not change because every community, they has their own culture. It stays forever.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Oslo. One of the world's largest capital cities, Oslo. What's remarkable about the place is only 20% of the area has been developed, and the rest of it are parks, protected forests, hills, and lakes. Parks and open spaces are essential in Oslo's landscape, and they can easily be accessed from almost any point from the city. The center is very convenient, with trails and passages that connect to the public spaces and pedestrian-friendly areas. Just the same, amid its natural attractions, Oslo likewise boasts a rich cultural scene you should see. Among its famous landmarks are the sculptures of Gustav Vigeland. You can stroll through the town center to witness many of its historical structures. One of the popular attractions is the 1,000-year-old Viking ship. Get to know the Norwegian capital better by walking through the old neighborhoods in the Oslo Fjord. The districts are near the famous landmarks, such as the National Opera and Ballet Building, a testament to their rich culture. Then, of course, there's the popular Akershus Fortress. It offers great views of the harbors. Nearby, there is the Museum of the Norwegian Resistance and a chapel which houses the remains of the original medieval castle. You'll also see the weapons of the armed forces and find out about their defense groups. There's the center of government and administration, the City Hall and Parliament. The City Hall is one of Oslo's greatest landmarks. It is enormously huge, with an imposing square building that's built of concrete faced with brick. One of the towers has the 38 bells that you can hear all the way to the harbor area. The hall is filled with sculptures and relics, and the interiors are magnificent too. It was built and designed by the most famous Norwegian artists. Parks and open spaces are the pride of Oslo, and one of the famous ones is the celebrated Vigeland Sculpture Park. You'll be amazed at its lush green grounds that are decorated with figures of bronze, granite, and forged iron. These figures represent human emotions from happiness to despair. A trip to the Big Døy Peninsula is also great for its historical background and fantastic scenery. You'll definitely marvel at how these were made in the eras back then. It's time for us to go! Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts, or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
to have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Hello and welcome to this special interview with Lord Roderick Balfour, the great nephew of the former British Foreign Minister Arthur Balfour. Lord Roderick, thank you for your time and for this interview. I'd like to first start by asking you about your family legacy and the history of the name of the family of Balfour. Being a descendant of former Foreign Minister Arthur Balfour, how do you think that carrying the name shaped your own perception and understanding of the declaration and the impact given its significance and to the whole world, I would say?
Good. Well, listen, thanks for your interest. The Balfour Declaration, you may have read before, hung on the back of the lavatory door in our house in France. Nobody ever talked about it. It was just not a feature through the 50s and the 60s and the 70s when I was growing up. Although I say the 70s, by then it was a bit, because the first time I came across it seriously was during the Six-Day War in June 1967, when I worked for the New York Herald Tribune in Paris. And unlike today, you'd be amazed, all of the Champs-Élysées and all the area around was completely pro-Israeli. Bizarrely, that wouldn't be the same today at all. And then I really, when it first sort of mattered and people wanted to talk about it, I would say was really around the centenary. So really quite recently.
And I wanted to ask, looking back 100 years ago, do you think that the UK government and your great uncle have foreseen the long-term consequences of this declaration?
Do you think that President Trump and everybody else can see the long-term consequences of what they're proposing today in 100 years' time? I mean, nobody can. And I think it's very important to stress, I mean, a lot of people who talk about this talk as though it was a problem 100 years ago. It wasn't. I mean, there were only 700,000 people in the whole of Greater Palestine and Cisjordania and I think the south of Syria. 700,000. There are now, 12, 13 million people inhabiting a smaller area. We hadn't had the Holocaust, which made a huge difference. And Arthur Balfour and the rest of the cabinet. And I think it's important to stress that this document was not typed out by his secretary dictating to him over breakfast. I mean, this was, he was the foreign secretary, and somebody else might have been the foreign secretary. In fact, somebody else did say somebody else should be writing it, I think. But anyway, it ended up with his name on it as the foreign secretary.
And before moving to, I will ask you a bit more about the declaration itself, but before moving to that part of the conversation, I have a question about how you talk about the Balfour Declaration in your own family. Is it usually a source of pride, or is it usually a source of controversy?
I think in its original form, and for the reasons it was written, I think that there is pride. But I think we very much see Arthur as having done it as the foreign secretary. Admittedly, he was, particularly through my great aunt, a great friend of Chaim Weizmann and Theodor Herzl and people. And he was a great philosopher and he was a great humanitarian. And so obviously he was very influential within the cabinet and as the foreign secretary, because you had, what goes around comes around. You had the Tsar expelling all the Jews from Russia who ended up here and in America. not being able to speak English, with their strange habits and everything else. And that preyed on people to say, and they wanted to, go to the land of their forefathers, to the land of Moses. And that meant Palestine. So it was very much a humanitarian gesture, but I mean, it's not as definite in here as a lot of people would like to think it is.
And moving on to the declaration itself, and I think this is a question on everyone's mind in the Middle East, as you may know. Why do you think that it was a promise to one group of people, a homeland for one group of people, but did not promise the same for another group of people who were inhabitants of the land at the time?
Well, because the Palestinians, if you like, for want of a better word, were not under persecution. Nobody was chasing them. Everybody was, I don't wish to demean them, but I mean, I think when I read about the history, it was basically an agrarian economy with sheep and goat herds, no sophistication, very few people, as I say, and therefore I think they thought if a few Jews wanted to go and live there peaceably, all the Abrahamic faiths, Muslim, Christian and Jew, why would there be a problem? So, there was no sort of contentious arguments over the breakfast table about how can you do this? Everybody was coexisting peaceably. But a lot of it obviously has to do with the Holocaust, population explosion, that there isn't room for everybody.
Do you think the declaration, now looking at it, fulfilled some of its goals?
When you say its goal, I mean, I have it in my hand because I always want to get it absolutely right. I have much further aspiration. We have a declaration of sympathy, that's all, with Jewish Zionist aspirations, which have been submitted to and approved by the Cabinet. His Majesty's government view with favour the establishment in Palestine of a national home for the Jewish people. So there's no, we will support the creation of a state of Israel, as is, under pressure to create for Palestine at the moment. And this is the strong bit. Everything else is what I think in the lawyers call precatory. It's a wish, okay? But the next sentence is the one that gets me into trouble in Israel. It being clearly understood that nothing shall be done which may prejudice the civil and religious rights of existing non-Jewish communities in Palestine. So I leave anybody listening to think what is going on today is not what he or the government of the day would have wished.
But do you think that the UK government has done enough for that clause to protect non-Jewish communities?
That's a very good question. I mean, when you say done enough, I mean, I felt for many years the United Nations, who got involved in the Congo, in Sudan, in all these other places, never really got sufficiently involved in the Holy Land. And I call it the Holy Land for all three religions. And I've never quite understood why not. And particularly as, one has to say it, but Israel has never attacked anybody else. I mean, they've gone off and done these missions in recent times, but they've never wanted to wipe out the Palestinians. I mean, the occupation of the West Bank and these settlements under the very right-wing Israeli factions, is not something. I mean, that goes completely contrary to this, as well as to United Nations resolutions and things like that. So, what could we do, just Britain? I mean, it wasn't a, we came out of it after the mandate finished in 1947-48 and the State of Israel was announced, recognized by the US, recognized by the United Nations. They were a sovereign nation by whatever other means you want to call them. So, it wasn't up to us to say, you are contravening the declaration. I would have liked it if they had, and the United Nations had said, we're going to come in here and sort things out, because it's contrary to the declaration.
I'd like to move to the to UK's historical decision to recognize Palestine last week, and this was an important day for a lot of Palestinians and Arabs in the whole world. What do you think of this recognition, and do you think that it was a step taken too late?
No, I don't at all. I think that again, with the United Nations help and everybody else, there should have been a far greater effort to deal with the two-state, the two population problem much, much earlier, whereby there would have been far more democratic regimes in both Gaza and the West Bank. And instead they've just been able to run riot and do whatever. I mean, the West Bank hasn't had elections for 20 years. Gaza has been ruled by Hamas. I mean, are these, in their present condition, are these really suitable entities for us to recognize as a state? I'm not sure. But I mean, it's symbolic. It shows that we are in favor of the two-state solution, but there's got to be a lot more before it actually means anything.
And do you still believe in a two-state solution? Do you think that with today's circumstances that it's still a viable solution?
Well, clearly the Israelis don't think so. And I don't think Hamas thinks so, because Hamas want to get rid of Israel, and Israel doesn't trust any of the Arab countries while they're run as, the Palestinian enclaves, until they have a reassurance that they're not going to be populated by people who swear death to Israel from the river to the sea. So you've got these two blocks who are implacably opposed to each other. And I suppose that's what, love him or hate him, but, President Trump is actually somebody who at last is not just muttering warm words, but actually getting on and doing something, and I think has realized, and obviously done a lot of talking around the Middle East and with other Islamic countries, who, you will know yourself because you're from there. I understand none of the countries want to have an unstable world there, which is rife with terrorism and murder and everything else. I mean, I think, excuse me, especially Saudi, I believe, very, very keen to have peace. And of course, we were talking earlier about Abu Dhabi, and I mean, these are now commerce has taken over from the theocracy element, which I think ruled a lot of the sort of views of Islamic countries before. And now they're major economic powers. They don't want to see war and terrorism on their doorstep. So I think that's why they're, as I understand it, giving their full support to this effort, the Trump effort.
But moving to today's reality, do you have any reservations about Israel's act of violence? Do you think, what is your view on what Israel is committing against the Palestinians today?
I think you've got to take that in two halves. I think the West Bank is something that really has got to be stamped on. That is so contrary to the declaration and against the United Resolutions, things which we were talking about. But Gaza, how has Hamas allowed this to happen and not said, listen, please don't bomb all our houses and think we will surrender the hostages? I mean, one feels, and this is evidently what everybody else feels through the Trump proposal, that Hamas, I mean, he said it, Hamas has got to be neutralized because they're the destabilizing force. But I think the West Bank and Gaza are, but I'm no lawyer, I'm not a professional historian, so these are just my personal opinions, but you've got to separate the West Bank problem from the Gaza problem.
And how's your relationship with the Palestinians and the Israelis, if you have any?
Well, I've not really come across too many Palestinians per se who live in Palestine, but I have come across a lot of the Arabs who live and work in Israel. And of course they don't like it either, because they've peacefully coexisted in Israel, done a lot of business with they're integral part of the business landscape.
And I just want to ask two more questions. One of them is, when you reflect back at the declaration, for you personally, do you feel that it's a source of responsibility? Do you feel it's a burden that you carry the Balfour name and you do these interviews? And
that's interesting. I mean, I suppose that really why I accept sort of the invitation to do these interviews is it gives me an opportunity to defend the declaration and point out what it actually says. I've read up quite a lot of opinions on the declaration, and one of the things I find, which I think are provocative to the Palestinian side, is all sorts of people have read this and said, oh, this is definitely an official document. This is, we will create the Israeli state. And it doesn't say that, but it's been seized on by sort of the more, I suppose you'd call them extreme or right-wing in this day and age, elements who want to say that this has a force of law. As I say, I'm no lawyer, but when I read it as it says, and I'm not trying to interpret it like a scholar.
I have one last question, just because a lot of people did take this as an official document.
Well, it's official in the sense that it came out of the British government and was expressed a wish with a particular reservation. Yep, official.
But then what do you say to the millions of Palestinians? Some of them are still refugees in some countries. What do you tell them now that this declaration and the name of Balfour was so central to the path that they had in life, or they took in life after what happened in 1917 and 1948 and everything afterwards?
I think I've never understood why the Palestinians and the Jews did not all just get on and build the fabulous economy together. It's been so one-sided, and I never understood why the Palestinian side was not keeping up with the Jewish side.
Maybe because a lot of them were expelled out of their homes.
Arab Israelis who very happily coexist. I mean, why after the Intifada in 2014, was it, did Hamas decide to destroy all the greenhouses, that had been left by the Israelis to help grow food for the Palestinians? As I understand it, Hamas didn't want their population to be happy. They wanted them to be constantly fed an anti-Israel mantra. Not good for peace.
Thank you, Lord Roderick, for granting us this interview and for your time. Thank you for watching. This was an interview with Lord Roderick Balfour, the great-nephew of former British Foreign Minister Arthur Balfour. Thank you for watching.
So sorry, Tom. I'm late. I'm nearly there.
because, you know, who Naz was to his community, you know, the Muslim community, the Middle Eastern community, and how he was important to me. You know, I'm mixed race and I'm from the same neighborhood, and I felt very, you know, represented by Naz growing up. I also thought it was important to make the film simply because it's just so unique.
Oh, that was a solid shot from heaven. It's a knockout!
Rowan was so generous on set. He really trusted me with bringing Riyadh to life. I think it's always a challenge when you're bringing a real person to life, someone who's existed in the world before.
To be honest, when I first saw the script, I was a bit sceptical because it seemed a bit sketchy, but obviously he had it in his head how it was going to work out, and Rowan did a fantastic job of stitching it all together.
He's a brilliant director, you know, very welcoming, nice, positive. I had a brilliant experience with him, and I hope he has many more big movies in the future.
Children, they are having trouble at school.
How did you get that colour on your lip?
See when you got that bent nose.
It was like working with a friend. He is so approachable, so about the work. He was joyous and he was really generous with his time.
Brendan, it's Frank Warren.
Boxing's no longer for old men in suits.
My favourite scene to shoot was actually the one with Pierce. It's post-arena fight in 2002, I think. And it's when I hand him the letter to say that you're out.
There's a few different scenes, you know, that I love shooting. One is when Adult Naz challenges Brendan to a fight.
Probably the one where I got to say when you got that bent nose, because like it's like really funny and like yeah.
I think I'll have to go with the scene where I'm actually fighting in the scene and I knock him out. That's my favourite moment.
You shouldn't take credit for my success.
The two of you, it feels like you're drifting apart.
Everybody's like, you know, patting each other on the back and everyone's like shaking hands. And I don't know, you know, it sounds cheesy, but there's real team effort to it.
دلوقتي الموضوع بقى أصعب إنك تنقي دور كويس ودور صح والورق والفريق العمل يكون كويس.
Follow the thing that you really want to follow and hold close the people that want to support you and take you there.
Let's tear it up.
Hamed has done it! The Prince is champion of the world!
Who's more important, the trainer or the fighter?
Such a pleasure to talk to you about this film. How exciting was it to take on this project?
Well, it was exciting. It was daunting, challenging, because it's a genre in which there are a lot of musical films, as you know. So I think a lot of people come in with expectations of what they might see, what they want to see. And then I know that Bruce Springsteen, a lot of people have ownership over Bruce. So they want to see maybe a version of a film that they have in their mind. And I hope that they come to one that they find this is very unexpected.
The minute they said film and somebody was going to have to portray me, I immediately thought of Jeremy. There was some sort of physical resemblance, some sort of the way he carried himself, and then there was the way the camera read his internal life. That was really essential. I just said, this is the guy, you know, I didn't have number two.
Let's talk about Jeremy Allen White and the moment where you felt that he could, I mean, for him, it must be such a huge pressure to, you know, to embody a living icon, basically. But for you, when was the moment where you thought, okay, no, this will work?
Well, I knew that Jeremy could embody the spirit of Bruce and the essence
performance ability.
Yes, his emotional truth.
Yes.
But it wasn't until we started really working on the performance, the singing, that I thought, oh, wow, this is going to be great.
Everybody has their own idea of Bruce Springsteen. He's such a legend. So taking on the role, there was a big leap of faith. But once I knew I had Bruce's blessing, that gave me the confidence to go on the journey. Let's try one.
And it's a movie, it's not a documentary. I mean, we have to say that there are facts in the in real life that are not in the film, and vice versa. How important was it to detach it and make him a character versus only him?
Well, when you make a film about Bruce Springsteen, America's most authentic artist, it has to be incredibly realistic. And most everything that happens in the film really happened. The only invention is the character of Faye, his love.
Yes. She's a concoction of probably.
Yeah, she's an amalgamation of a few women. So the film hews very closely to fact in almost every regard, including the final scene of the film.
Trying to find something real in all the noise.
You always do.
Let's speak about Odessa, who portrays Faye. Let's speak about Jeremy Strong, who's always amazing in everything he does, and he plays another legend, John Landau. So how easy or difficult was it to find the right people for the right characters?
Well, you always want to start with, is there a physical resemblance? Now with Faye, I had something in mind where I wanted someone who felt real, approachable, felt like a Jersey girl. Jeremy Strong is a longtime pal of mine. I knew the type of research and specific detail work he would do as John Landau. And I think he gives, for me, maybe his best performance because it comes from a very rich interior place and not exterior work.
Yeah, and those two, you know, John and Bruce, are the complete opposite of what you would expect of, you know, big rock star and their manager. I love how, you know, they're so normal and loving and simple and still interesting. Don't you agree?
And that's what makes them so human. In America, we say, don't meet your heroes for fear of...
disappointment.
Not so with Bruce Springsteen. He exceeded my expectations in every regard.
Thank you, Scott, so much. Congrats on the film.
Oh, thank you so much.
Something about Bruce that even if you're a fan, you might not have known. There's a lot in this film to enjoy. Thank you guys for being here tonight. Wow.
I actually felt there was some kind of responsibility because people can still hear his voice on the audiobooks, and he's still very much an important figure to children because they still read Charlotte's Web and Stuart Little. So that was important to me. I wanted to find out who he was, and this wonderful script that we had allowed me to play the script but also be true to who he was. You know, it wasn't like the script went off in a different direction. Robert's script was Robert obviously loves E.B. White, and that's why he put him in the movie.
It's really someone else's success. Richard Rodgers in Oklahoma, and Lorenz Hart's kind of it's sort of like he's at the wedding of your ex. You know, it's like, what are you doing here? And my tagline for the movie was forgotten but not gone. So it's kind of a perverse idea, but the movie's funny too, about someone who's being left behind. The whole thing's kind of based on a real time and place and real characters, but it's all kind of a flight of fancy too. We're imagining a lot and trying to tell an entertaining story.
It's completely wonderful. You know, it's very important that we were able to create that dynamic of people who know each other extremely well, love each other and have a little bit of tension with each other, and just completely intertwined with each other. Ethan is a completely wonderful actor, and it's an extraordinary performance, and so I was just honoured to be able to act with him. His movies with Rick are incredible, and I was just thrilled to be asked to be part of the team. You know.
Well, I don't think any other director would have even thought of me for this part. Something that the movie's kind of born out of friendship. The screenplay's written by an old friend of Richard's, and he sent an early draft to me, and I got really fired up about it. And I think he's the only person in the world that would know how much I would love playing this part. Really what I did is I just listened to as much of his music as I could. His lyrics are so beautiful and transcendent that I just tried to internalize those lyrics, and I saw the whole movie as a song.
It's really striking. Are you and she... Oh, no. I mean, I'm in love with her, but everybody's in love with her.
can have a funny way of surprising you. My mom got pregnant with me when she was 18. She and my dad were high school sweethearts. My Aunt Jenny also ended up with her high school boyfriend. I thought we would be one big happy family forever. But the universe had other plans.
I'm very sorry. Your husband and sister were in a car accident. We did everything we could.
Let's start with Colleen Hoover's novel, and how much of a reference was it for the film?
Well, the novel is the reference for the film. It's the source material. It's written from two different perspectives that alternate chapter by chapter from Morgan and Clara's perspectives. And it tells the story of a family, an extended family, in the wake of an unexpected tragedy, having to process both grief and some unexpected feelings of betrayal that come up.
That's a very succinct, beautiful way of whittling down this plot. I've been trying to figure out.
It was really hard. Thank you.
Yes, that.
I just lost my dad and my aunt. I just want to leave.
It's been a long year.
Then let's leave.
And we couldn't know that the sun was collapsing.
It feels like there's this wall between her and me.
How easy was it to find the perfect tone for this, mixing the dramatic and the romantic?
You know, this movie is really balancing a few different tones. There's romance and drama and humor and, you know, serious, heavy emotions that lead to tears. And so that is a difficult task to pull off, but I give our director Josh Boone a lot of credit for just kind of overseeing it all and making sure that each scene kind of seamlessly blended into the next and didn't feel like all of a sudden you're in a different movie.
I think what he did so well, Josh is an incredibly gifted director for many reasons, but one of the things I admire the most is that he has a really light touch. And the prep he does before starting to shoot a movie is, I think he would agree, is the bulk of his work in the hiring of people, department heads, of actors, building the cast, the sets, setting it all up. And then once it's all there, he's very laissez-faire. He's very hands-off. He trusts everyone to trust their own instincts and do what he hired them to do, what he knows they can do. Josh was so good at allowing for both comedic and dramatic moments and knowing when they should arrive and helping to calibrate the whole thing. I give him all of that credit.
I just don't want to forget them. My mom's trying to make it like my dad never even existed.
Tell her the truth.
It would absolutely destroy her. Smiling feels wrong right now. Like it's too soon to be happy.
Well, to both of you, how much did you discuss the shared history and past between the characters as their dynamic evolves throughout the circumstances of the story?
We talked about it a lot. I mean, I would have talked about it more, but that's always true. No, we did. We talked about it.
No, I mean, the truth is the two of us and our director Josh would huddle up before pretty much every scene.
Yeah.
Just to make sure that, first off, that all the dialogue felt natural coming out of our mouths, but more so just okay, at this point in the story, does this make sense now based on what we've already shot? And so it was a lot of calibrating because it was a really nuanced arc that our characters have. But it was the three of us in a very close collaboration, talking constantly, things changing constantly at the last second, but ultimately for the betterment of the movie.
Those are the kinds of conversations that I love so much. It just deepens the stories because you don't have time to talk about all of it on the screen. Yeah. This movie is tight. We smushed a lot of book into, under 2 hours. So
but you have to feel that history.
Totally.
And we have very little real estate to do that, and so we got to make the most of each moment.
Yeah.
What aren't you telling me? There's a lot I wish I'd done differently. But I'll never spend 1 second regretting you. You deserve to be happy. No regrets, right?
Everywhere, everything.
Felt very lucky. Yeah, very, very happy to. Yeah. I guess just because we've worked together multiple times, and Jesse too, so many of our department heads. It just felt like if we were all going to be stuck together in a basement, it was nice that we knew each other so well and to kind of experience this together, yeah.
Start with that because of the creative process of making multiple films together and creating a character every time. So how do you work together off camera before the discussions, the brainstorming?
Well, I guess there wasn't much rehearsal for this one, but there was a bit.
There was a bit. We were rehearsing or talking about kinds of kindness.
Exactly. Or doing press rehearsals.
Yeah.
Do you ever get confused about, which film you're on at the moment? No, I'm joking. Of course not, because every film is so specific, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. There is a sense of ease when you're able to just sort of, when you know each other and when you have that ability to just cut straight to the point of the thing.
I took comfort in the fact that, I had worked with them previously because we didn't have all that much time.
Yeah.
Before this movie, we had a couple of weeks, but I remember thinking, I wish we had a month because there was a lot of dialogue. But, we tried to use the time as best we could, and it's such a rich, thought-provoking script that everyone on set, it's impossible for you not to bring your own experience to it because it just kind of demands it.
They want you to think it's you, that it's you who made this world. But it's always been them. All we've lost, all that's been done to us, we're setting that right again.
How much fun is it for you, Yorgos, to kind of morph new characters with actors you've worked with before, Get out of Bella Baxter and get in this?
Fun.
Well, it's fun to watch because I'm just there mostly as an audience member, and I try to create this conditions for them to be able to, try things, explore things, and figure it out for themselves, and then I just, watch. So it's always, fun, and we were saying before, I then even notice more things while I'm editing about their performances and what they've contributed to the characters because, during filming you're so stressed, there's so many things going on, and, sometimes you lose all these, minute differences in someone's, performance. But yeah, I'm always pleasantly surprised and enjoy, watching them create the characters.
Welcome to the headquarters of the human resistance.
Where's my hair?
Your hair has been destroyed to prevent you from contacting your ship.
What ship?
Your mothership?
Emma, how much do you enjoy that? And do you get more immersed or more attached to those types of characters?
I don't know.
You got a little bit attached to Bella.
I was just about to say, the only one that I still can't shake is Bella. I guess more immersed than attached, but Bella attached. Feels like my child. In the next 48 hours, the police and the FBI will begin a statewide manhunt. I'm a high-profile female corporate executive. I am crucial. In all humility, I can say that. Think of it like you abducted the governor, but worse.
What was the biggest challenge of this one for the two of you because of the nature of the interaction of both characters?
What do you think?
Oh my God.
The tone is always something you're trying to discover, and what makes Yorgos' film so exciting is they're always sort of walking this line that feels like new territory, even within his filmography. There's some, at least from my perspective, there's something that a thread connecting them all, but feels like a sort of offshoot in their own way. And so this felt like that. I don't know. It was just a constant sort of exploration into how far you could push the extremes of the tone, I guess.
What was really fun for me about the dynamic between these two characters was it feels like sort of a dance, you know, kind of like a jousting match all the time. In the way we were sort of constantly reading each other and preparing for, you know, it's like a wrestling match. So that was, I loved getting to do that with Jesse. Also, Jesse's just so incredible that it makes it really fun, even when it's, you know, challenging because there is so much dialogue.
That dinner scene, I think Will even mentions it in the exposition in that scene, that it sort of takes on the tone of like a Wild West sort of shootout with that long dinner table. I mean,
it's like a bunch of different versions of showdowns throughout to varying degrees.
I've done a ton of research on this. You're killing our planet.
Alien fellas. I'm not an alien.
You're lying to me.
What's the difference? You know this is crazy. You know this is wrong.
What is it most about for you, this film?
Happy fun stuff?
Yeah.
Light?
To me, humanity. I mean, the nature of it, the course of it, the history of it. Yeah, just trying to reflect what that means right now.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis.
It would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was chief of staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story. Hi, I'm Michal Prendergast and welcome to Arabiya English for a very special interview with broadcasting legend Bill O'Reilly. We'll discuss President Trump's push to release the Epstein files, the escalating tensions between key conservative figures such as Tucker Carlson and Ben Shapiro, over Tucker's interview with Nick Fuentes, which is fueling a debate over the America First movement, as well as Bill O'Reilly's perspective on President Trump's clashes with Marjorie Taylor Greene, Trump's legal battle with the BBC, Elon Musk's impact on new media, and last but not least, we'll hear about Bill's excellent new book, Confronting Evil. Thanks so much for joining me, Bill. It's a pleasure to have you with us here at Arabiya English. I want to start this interview with a story that's been dominating in the headlines, very much so in the left-leaning media also. It's the Epstein files. President Trump has signed a bill to facilitate their release. What's your read on this whole saga?
You know, it's hard to say because it's a political thing now rather than an investigative criminal thing. The Democrats are using this to try to hurt President Trump. They had 4 years under President Biden to release anything they wanted on the data that the Justice Department has about Epstein. Democrats didn't care about it then. So why do they care about it now? So you got that whole political shroud. My point is that if you do release things, and I did talk to President Trump about this eye to eye, I was at the White House and he asked me about it. I said, look, if it's vetted, if the Justice Department is convinced that there was an incident involving Epstein and whoever, you got to put it out. But if it's just rumor and innuendo and there's been nothing established, then you risk hurting destroying maybe a human being and their family. Because Epstein knew thousands of people. And if you just were sitting in a meeting with him and then all of a sudden your name's popped out in this data dump, then your enemies are going to seize that. So, you got to be very careful. That was my take to President Trump. I don't know why he is switching now he says, release it. Then before he said, we don't want to release it. With me, he said, yeah, I'm going to release it. So it's like back and forth and in and out. And then everybody in America, of course, speculates. They don't know for political reasons. So I don't like the story at all. And I hope it's done responsibly. But here's the kicker that people don't know about. Even if Congress approves, which they will this week, of the Epstein data being released, Bondi, the Attorney General, has 30 days to put it out. So it's not going to be like everybody's going to know on Wednesday what all this is about.
And it raises the question, Bill, if these files were so politically explosive, then why didn't the Biden-Harris administration release them during the 2024 campaign when Trump was surging in the polls?
That's the question. On a political basis, there are two tracks. There's a political track, all right, and then there's the did people get away with crimes who were involved with Epstein? I'll give you an example, Mihal. If you went to Epstein's island in the Caribbean and your name is on a manifest on a private jet, that should be put out. Okay, then the burden of proof or the burden is on you to explain what the deuce you were doing on that plane going down there. But if there is no verification that you were involved with anything other than casually crossing a path, that's wrong. So we know that Prince Andrew, whose life has been ruined because of this, was involved with Epstein and some girls. There's pictures. So that's totally legitimate. But it's the stuff that we don't know, the speculation stuff. And in America, the press is so terrible and corrupt now, they don't care about speculation. They don't care about destroying people one bit. Both sides. They don't care.
And is it purely the case that due process is now out the window?
Totally out the window. You're convicted by a headline. And all the tabloid and all the ideological publications know that. The only downside is you can get sued. Like Trump is suing everybody. He's going to sue the BBC for $1 billion. Okay?
What do you think about that?
He's getting the settlements. I would sue him for $10 billion. You know what they did? And then the idiot who runs the BBC goes, oh, it was unintentional. Come on. They took two separate interviews that had no relevance together, and they spliced them together to make Trump look like he was espousing violence on January 6, 2020. Come on. And the leader of the BBC goes, oh, it was unintentional. Come on. I mean, BBC despises Trump. They wanted to make him look bad. They've misled people in the United Kingdom for 10 years. They don't report honestly anywhere, and they ought to be held accountable.
Is it simply a case of Trump derangement syndrome?
Yeah, I mean, they don't like him. They hate him. And I understand that. I mean, I'm not in the business of saying you can despise the president if you want to, but you can't be dishonest about it if you're in the media. And if you are, then you're going to run up against me because we do an honest job here.
What also stands out to me, Bill, is that the three key figures, Virginia Giuffre, Ghislaine Maxwell and Alan Dershowitz, obviously who was Epstein's lawyer, they all said Trump wasn't involved.
Right. And that is what they call exculpatory evidence. And you can't take it back. So if you were to make a case or try that Donald Trump is somehow involved, the case would get thrown out immediately because of those three things. Those three people testifying, it didn't happen. They're the three principal witnesses. So it's beyond a reasonable doubt. But again, does the press care about that? No. The press is in business in America to make money. The easiest way to make money is to talk to your choir. People who believe what they want to believe, who already have convicted Trump of 1,000 crimes. Just tell them bad things about Trump. They'll watch us or read us. We'll make money. That's what's going on here.
Alan Dershowitz, obviously, who is Epstein's lawyer, he says he asked directly whether Trump was involved. Epstein said no. How does that land with you in the wider context of the investigation?
Well, look, I'm a innocent until proven guilty guy. So, I mean, I listen to Dershowitz when he talks about the case. But does it influence my thinking about it? Only in the sense that it's another voice on the record. And right now, in America, again, people believe what they want to believe. They don't care if there's overwhelming evidence. They don't change their minds, many of them. So Trump's guilty. I know he did something. Okay. There's a huge conspiracy population here in the States. And that's all they live for, is the next conspiracy. So that's where we are on this one.
Donald Trump won a historic election just over a year ago, yet the MAGA movement and the wider Republican Party now appear deeply divided. In your view, what is driving this internal split?
I don't see it that way. I'm not a party guy. I don't really care what both parties do here in America as far as positioning themselves. We don't do that. In the final product, then we care. So when a bill comes in to the House or the Senate and it says specific things, then we take a look. But fighting, this one doesn't like this one, it's boring to me. In the Republican Party, there is a lot more dissent than in the Democratic Party. And that's because the Democratic leadership basically started under Nancy Pelosi, the Speaker of the House, said, look, if you don't toe the line, we're not going to give you any political action committee money to run for re-election. And in America, you need millions of dollars to run for election. You need the party behind you. So the Democratic Party votes en bloc. A couple of dissenters, like Senator Fetterman from Pennsylvania, but not many. Republican Party are more uncontrollable. Some of them are very, very far right. It's real. And others are liberal, not liberal conservatives, but liberal Republicans. And they're all looking at where their people are so they can get reelected. It's a power play. But within the Republican Party, there's just one voice that really matters, and that's Trump's. And most of the Republicans will follow what he wants.
President Trump is known for being unforgiving, especially with those who he feels have betrayed him. Obviously, he's been attacking Georgia Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene over her opposition to his H-1B visa stance, support for Israel, and, of course, the Epstein files. What do you make of Trump's attacks on Marjorie?
It's the same thing. It doesn't matter if it's her or anybody else. If you're going to go public against Donald Trump, he's going to come back and whack you. Look, I've known a guy for 35 years. I wrote a book, The United States of Trump. That's what he does. He's going to come back at you. So she's getting it now. Don't be surprised if there's détente down the road. They make up and they're friends again or whatever. But again, I don't even care. That doesn't bother me, because it doesn't really affect my audience. Doesn't have any negative or positive vibe, if you want to use a current word, to what people are going through every day. You know, higher prices in the grocery stores, that's the big issue in America. And then, Putin in China, that's important too. But what Marjorie Taylor Greene says, people don't even know who she is.
And in terms of the vibe, as you just said, is it the case that the Epstein files is a huge distraction away from these serious geopolitical topics, as you said, Russia and China?
No, I don't think Trump pays that much attention. It's annoying to him, and that's why he wants to get it out of the way this week, which he will. But look, I talk to the president occasionally. I know where he is on pretty much every issue. And China is the #1 foreign policy issue. Putin is 2. And he's, got his strategy well thought out there. And the Epstein stuff is a trifle compared to those 2.
We're seeing a clear rift on the right. You've got figures like Tucker Carlson and Candace Owens and Thomas Massie on one side, Mark Levine, Ben Shapiro on the other. Surely the only winners from this rift are the Democrats.
I'm a winner from the war. People come and watch me in vast numbers because they're tired of that nonsense. It gets you nowhere. So I'm the big winner because we do fact-based analysis here. We don't do all that crazy conspiracy stuff. We don't run in that circle. And I don't pay much attention to it. My staff said, oh, look at this. And I go, okay, if it's important, bring it to me. If not, I don't care. We have people in America today who make a lot of money with conspiracies and trying to get outrage and, become controversial. They get a lot of attention. But I don't think that's a long-term strategy, Michal. I just don't think that's... I've been in the business 50 years, and we've done exceedingly well all over the world. I don't think that's a strategy for a long-lasting enterprise, just being a bomb thrower and just trying to create chaos every day.
Do you think that Tucker Carlson has become a conspiracy theorist?
I don't know. I don't see him. I mean, you know how busy I am? I mean, I don't have time to sit down and watch that stuff. I get reports of it. My staff, every morning we have a big meeting and we go over stuff, but I don't see it. I mean, he's a successful guy. And this is a very competitive industry. And I don't know him that well. I know him because he was in D.C. when I was in New York when we worked for Fox. But look, he does what he does. And the American public can take it or leave it. I don't get upset about any of that unless it's, damaging to the public.
And just staying on Tucker for a moment, his recent interview with Nick Fuentes has prompted a lot of outrage from some conservatives, with some calls for him to be effectively cancelled and pushed out of the MAGA movement. Do you think that Tucker is being cancelled, and should he be?
Well, I don't think he was ever in the MAGA movement. He was a Trump supporter. We don't believe in cancel culture here at all. We think that is very, very detrimental to the health of the United States of America. This Fuentes thing, you know who Bill Maher is? Do you guys get him over there? Do you know who he is? Okay, so I was on him last week, and I said to Maher, did you put him on a show? Maher said, no. I said, why not? And he said, well, he was far out there. I said, well, let me tell you why I wouldn't put him on my program. Because if anybody who thinks, and I wrote Confronting Evil, as you know, #1 bestseller in America, and Hitler's on a cover, along with Putin, Ayatollah, and Mao, and there's 11 other miscreants inside the book, 15 all told. I said, anybody who's trying to justify Hitler or play down a guy, a mass murderer like that, is either mentally ill, emotionally ill, or he's a charlatan. He's trying to get attention. So why would I put somebody who's not in complete control of their process on? I wouldn't. You know, I can go out to Speaker's Corner in Hyde Park and grab anybody off the play if I wanted to do that. All right. And then if they're just doing it for publicity and money, why would I put them on? Why would I be part of that circus? So there's no reason to put the guy on, because obviously he disqualifies himself when he says, oh, Adolf wasn't that bad. Yeah, Adolf was one of the worst. And you not knowing that disqualifies you, in my opinion. So that's what the discussion was.
Do you think Tucker is being cancelled? And should he be?
Well, let's put it this way. He gets on my program, he gets a lot of publicity, right? and that helps him. And my audience is a very sophisticated audience. I mean, we don't have people who are wandering around. In order to follow me, you've got to have a frame of reference. You've got to know what's going on, at least partially. So I think that putting a guy like that on is insulting my audience, insulting my audience's intelligence. And yeah, I can bring in 18,000 facts to show that Fuentes doesn't understand the Third Reich. But so what? Everybody knows that any sane, intelligent person knows it's crazy what the guy's saying. So why do I want to get involved with all this? You know, if it were a senator of the United States elected by the people who said, that Adolf wasn't all that bad, I'd put him on. And it would not go well for him. Let's put it that way. I know what I'm doing out here. And but some guy who's just trying to make some money saying crazy stuff, not going to happen here.
Turning to your media career now, you dominated cable news for decades. What was the biggest lesson you learned from traditional TV?
That's an interesting question. I've always been pretty much the same presenter as they say in England, or you're a news presenter. So there are two things that I do. Number one, I have a very good research staff. We are the most successful nonfiction authors in the world with the Killing series and now the Confronting series. Nobody sells more books than I do in nonfiction. And the reason is that my research is so thorough and so good. I've always done that. And the second thing is that I know what my audience is interested in. I don't try to force them to be looking at the national debt and doing a chart. I know what they're interested in. So we present in that manner. So this is how this affects you in your life. And it's a personal thing. That's why I was successful. And I did corporate media for 42 years. And then finally, when I left Fox, I said, look, I don't want to do this anymore. There's just too many people involved with it. I'm going to go and form my own media company, which I did. And it's been, thank God, very successful.
On a personal level, obviously you had an extremely illustrious career in TV, as you said, over 4 decades. Did you enjoy being a broadcaster more or being an author?
Writing books is hard. I'm writing my last one now, and it's just a killer.
Harder than sitting in a studio.
So, yeah, you know, once you get a rhythm on television, there's nothing that can happen on television when I'm there that I can't handle. But it's instantaneous. It's like boom, 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 boom. So it's easier than crafting a page of words that people are going to be interested in. So the discipline of writing a book is much more difficult than the discipline of broadcasting. But the notoriety is much more intense on television. That's how you get the word out. And now it's not linear television anymore. It's social media. It's YouTube. It's all of this. But it's really the same. You're talking to a person, and you're trying to convince that person of certain things. So there's no difference in that. But the technology has shifted it away from the corporations into individuals like me. And I think that's a good thing, but there's a danger because a lot of individuals, as we were talking about before, aren't responsible. They're exploiting this newfound freedom. And you got to watch that if you're a consumer. You got to be very aware that what's being said might not be true.
And what do you think about the influence of Elon Musk in all this? He himself has said, and he continues to say, you are the new media. The people online, you are the media. It's not the corporations anymore. Do you agree with Elon Musk?
Yes. I think he's right. I think he's a genius in the technical area. I think he's got a good vision. I had an extensive conversation with him in D.C. a few months ago. The guy is, was born with the capacity to see outside of the box, and he's proven that. And his forums are very, very successful. So Musk has contributed a lot to this world, I think.
What's the biggest challenge now for journalists navigating social media-driven news?
Keeping their jobs. I mean, because all the big media corporations are cutting salaries and cutting jobs. And I get calls every day from people go, where should I go? What should I do? And very, very little opportunity anymore. Where it used to be when I started out, there were lots of jobs. Now there's not. So that's a big challenge. And then when you do get an opportunity, you've got to figure out, I can't sell out. I got to be an honest person. And there's a lot of temptation to just go along to get along. And that's death. You start down that road, it's tough to come back.
Looking back, would you have done anything differently moving from TV to digital platforms?
I don't know. I took a bunch of people from Fox with me. They were all skilled. We're pretty well organized. I work way too much, so maybe I should have figured out how I didn't have to work this much, because I'm an old guy, and my friends are riding around in golf carts playing pickleball, and I'm working 10 hours a day, and I go, how did that happen? So that's probably, I could have structured this so I didn't have to do so much work, because I'm the product. And, I like it. I'm not whining, but that's the only thing. Otherwise, it's been a pretty smooth ride for us, and very advantageous. Everybody has prospered in my arena.
I'd like to turn on to your new book, Confronting Evil. It outlines the worst of the worst in history and today. What drove you to tackle evil as a central theme, and what lessons do you hope that readers learn as a takeaway?
Well, about a year ago, because the books take a year to write, I noticed a big rise in bad behavior in the United States. And then overseas with terror and Putin, you could see it. And I go, there's something fueling this rise. We've always had evil. Ever since Cain and Abel, if you read the Bible in Genesis, that story's there for a reason. But now we go in cycles. The world goes in cycles. And I saw a rise in evil, predictably among the cities and states where the law was not being enforced for whatever crazy reason. And I said, I need to write a book about the really worst people and how they got power and what they did with the power, so that people now know what the potential of evil is. And that's what we did. So all 15 miscreants in the book tie into today. Even Caligula, the Roman emperor. The reason that Rome fell and just vanished when it was once the most powerful nation on earth was because the people, the Roman people, allowed it. And that correlates to the United States and Europe today. We allow far too much evil behavior. And that's the linkage of that. And then every other chapter links into what we're experiencing today. And that's why the book has been a phenomenal bestseller. People go, whoa, I got to pay attention to this now. I got to put my cell phone down in my own neighborhood, my own house sometimes, and confront this evil, because we just don't want it to spread.
And as you said, evil has always been part of the human condition. I'd like to pose you the question in terms of the future. AI is having a huge impact. There's a lot of talk around governance, even in the way that AI it can be skewed by the information it's fed. Do you think AI is going to have a positive reaction in the world going forward in terms of rooting out evil?
it's a dual track again. So AI is going to really help with medical research and the cure of terrible disease. No question about that. So that's the biggest benefit of AI. People will live longer, they will suffer less. On the other front, it's going to be able to give the bad guys a tremendous advantage in deception. Going to be able to deceive by using artificial intelligence. And the law is not going to be able to contain that. So there's a good thing and there's a really bad thing. And as far as evolving, I don't know, I can't really guess, but those are the two things that are paramount right now.
We're seeing a lot of Hollywood stars who are signing away their own intellectual property rights to their images. Would you consider ever giving away yours?
I hope not. I would never get involved with anything like that. That's fictional stuff to me, and once I'm gone, I'm gone. Gone, baby, gone, as they say in Boston.
And on that fine note, Bill, I'll have to end it there. Thanks so much for your time. It's been a pleasure.
Michal, thank you for having me.
That's all we have time for on Arabiya English today. Thanks for watching, and be sure to join us tomorrow for more exclusive interviews. Until then, goodbye.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Kyoto, Japan's former capital. You can perhaps consider it the quieter, quainter counterpart to Tokyo, which is known for future tech and skyscrapers. Kyoto is where you can experience the authentic Japanese culture, no less. Here's how to get to know the city. First are the temples. The city is famous for its beautiful temples, and there are a lot of them you can visit. Kyoto, in fact, is called the City of 10,000 Shrines. The Kinkakuji, the Golden Pavilion, is perhaps the most notable one. It is considered Kyoto's most celebrated landmark. It has gold leaf walls that reflect the peaceful ambiance around it, in the middle of a park of cherry trees. Next up is the Fushimi Inari Shrine, which is worthy in your must-visit list too. It is dedicated to Inari, the god of rice and business. You'll find it at the foot of Mount Inari, with woodland paths leading up to the mountain. Indulge in the breathtaking city views while you're at it too. Walk around the historic district called Higashiyama. This is where you'll find Kyoto's traditional wooden architecture. You can buy local crafts and feast on food-stall snacks. What you won't find here are elements that symbolize the 21st century lifestyle, such as telephone cables and poles. Quite interesting. And then there's the Philosopher's Walk. This is named after the 20th century philosopher Nishida Kitaro, who liked to stroll down the lane. The walk actually runs between the Ginkakuji, the Silver Temple, actually made of wood, and Nanzenji Temple. Walking through it will take about half an hour, but worth it especially during cherry blossom season. Delicate pink flowers are sometimes thrown over the canal. Last but not least is Kiyomizudera. This place is considered the star attraction of the Higashiyama district. It is a large temple dedicated to the goddess of mercy. It has a temple wooden terrace that's constructed entirely without nails. That's its most popular architectural feature. It's highly recommended that you visit during spring or autumn for spectacular views of the landscape. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts, or social movements,
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important developments straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room. I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.